Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. Let's get
Yeah.
started. So I'll start with Azhar. Azhar, are you there in the session?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah.
Okay, great. So as I said, guys, I don't know whether you heard me properly, but let me just quickly repeat myself. In this training, we covered a lot when it comes to Microsoft cybersecurity suite. We did not only cover Microsoft cybersecurity or Microsoft security products. We actually started this training from the very basics, wherein we first covered the fundamentals of Microsoft. We also covered the fundamental services of Microsoft. And then we looked at security around those services. And during the entire training session, I was referring, I was sharing certain documentation references from my YouTube channel also, as well as third-party references that basically help you to keep pace with the training session. And today we have almost reached to the end of it. Now, this is just the end of the training, not the end of this professional relationship. And anything that you may need by the end of the training, which is Monday, we will have our last day of the training. So this is a ritual that I do in all my training sessions. On the second last day of the training, I always speak to my participants and ask if there is anything that they would like me to cover in the remaining days of the session. And if it is possible, I will try and cover it. Second, I'll ask them whether any documentation that they need from my end, so that so I will have some spare time tomorrow. I will create a folder, look into my repository of documents, which has a lot of documentations, but not everything you primarily need. So anything that you will specifically need, please let me know so that I will ensure to have dump into the folder, upload that into Google Drive or any storage repository. Probably I'll put that into OneDrive and you already have access to it. So you will have access to those documentation. Obviously, you will be able to download it on your local system and store it for future reference. So let's do that part so that I can collate that information and I will make sure to have that available to all of you. So is there any specific requirement that you have? Please let me know.
Okay. Yeah. First of all,
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you for all this detailed session that we had.
sure.
Um, I being working from Security Operations Center Tower,
Uh-huh.
two areas I was looking for, which
Mm-hmm.
almost we have covered. Like Sentinel was
Sure.
one, and
Mm-hmm.
MDSC was the other part that we or Cloud App Security. That is something that
Absolutely.
I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding Sentinel, we integrated these connectors and all, but then this on-prem devices or any out
Mm-hmm.
of the box integration, how we may handle that. If there is
Mm-hmm.
any documentation or anything that you may share, that would be helpful for us.
Okay, all right. Let me answer that part right away. So when it comes to out of the box integration, there are multiple methods of doing it. So guys, I will go through each of the participants one by one to capture your details, right? So,
Hmm.
and well, when one participant is sharing the expectation or asking a question, please do not feel that it is not relevant to you. It is equally relevant to you because today you may not be working with that technology. God knows tomorrow you start working with it. You all are part of Microsoft security tower, or you deal with Microsoft security services. You already know the situation of the industry, that it is really not good when you have knowledge of one or two products. Right now, if you really want to make good, or I would rather say survive in the industry, you need to have knowledge around multiple products. You need to have knowledge around multiple clouds. Most recently, I've read it on LinkedIn. I have even connected with my colleagues across OEMs, and it was confirmed that nowadays even cloud service providers are planning to cut off their workforce with respect to the cloud team itself. So it is very important that you become a multi-cloud person. And keeping that in mind, I've got a suggestion from somebody who said that when you create a video or when you upload something, upload it for all the three clouds. So if you're provisioning a virtual machine, show it the virtual machine provisioning in all the three clouds. If you are doing an EDR, EDR video, make sure that you cover EDR aspects from all the three clouds. Even though that video is lengthy, it hardly makes any difference because this gives an opportunity to the audiences to gain multi-cloud knowledge, which is very important in today's world because the customers are going multi-cloud. They are not depending on one cloud service providers anymore if you're dealing with enterprise customers. As Azhar has rightly said that we are not even depending on cloud. There are on-premises deployments that we still continue to manage, and we need to have them protected also at the same time. The solution may be hosted in cloud, but it still requires integration and I would say compatibility with what is currently running on premises, or what customer intentionally leave running on premises. For example, a customer migrates to cloud, and as part of that migration, customer also migrates to Microsoft Sentinel from an existing SIEM, let's say Splunk, QRadar, which are the most common and most popular SIEM solutions. You have Alert Logic, Logarithm, Securonix, and other solutions also. So customer is migrating to Microsoft Sentinel to provide a cloud native service, but that doesn't mean that customer will only use that service cloud related resources. That the service needs to integrate or service needs to remain compatible
Hello, Raghuveer, you are not audible.
Give me a moment, guys. Let me just turn off my so I've just turned off my video to save some bandwidth here. Okay. Yeah. So hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So Microsoft Sentinel integration with on-premise, I would say on-premise as well as on-premise and cross cloud products. That's the question that you have, right, Azhar? That was your question?
Yes, like technologies, maybe
I
part of
got
our
your point.
infrastructure, maybe DC
So I
firewalls,
got your point.
etc.
Microsoft Sentinel integration with third-party solutions, basically. Now, for example, we can take an example here. Let's say you want to integrate. Now, in cloud, we use cloud firewall. So all Microsoft Azure, AWS, GCP, they have cloud firewall services. I would say they have their own firewall services. But when it happens to on-premises, for example, the customer is using, let's say, uh, customer is using Cisco ASA firewall, Cisco ASA next gen firewall, or customer is using, I would say, Checkpoint NGFW, next gen firewall. Now, customer may also use Palo Alto VM series firewall. So this is firewall offering. Similarly, there could be a probability that customer, instead of using load balancing service from Azure, customer is using load balancing from F5. So you have F5, uh, F5 external load balancers customer could be using, or customer is using a third-party monitoring solution. It could be Vistara, it could be Manage Engine, it could be, let's say, New Relic. So there are multiple possibilities. The question is that Sentinel is a cloud native solution. It's a cloud native, Azure native SIEM and source solution. Does it go well with third party solutions on premises? All of these are on premises examples and cross cloud products. When I say cross cloud products, which is AWS, GCP, Alibaba, etc. In fact, public cloud also, OpenStack, etc. You have OCI also, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So that's the question, whether it goes back, whether it goes well with third-party solutions also. So the answer to this question, Azhar, is yes. It goes with third-party solutions. You need to understand the architectural aspects of it, that how Sentinel works. So you already know that Sentinel feeds Sentinel. Sentinel is nothing. This service is nothing. It's an analysis service. So it's an analysis service, and this service is configured in Microsoft data centers. So Microsoft Azure data centers. So basically you have Sentinel instance configured in US. There is one configured in Europe. There is another configured in Asia Pacific. Now that now that Sentinel instance, which is configured here in Microsoft, data centers, that Sentinel instance you basically subscribe to that instance, and that instance analyzes the log. So it's a log analysis service, right? Which basically means Sentinel feeds on log, and based on the logs, it provides intelligence. And when I say intelligence basically means alerts and incidents. So it provides intelligence based on the following two parameters, or based on the following two parameters, I would say. And those two parameters are, first, the parameter is logs from different sources, the logs that it receives from different sources, plus its own cyber threat intel. So it has its own cyber threat intel that is powered by Microsoft. So Microsoft is basically providing cyber threat intel to Sentinel, and based on the logs that it receives from different sources. So this part is something that you need to understand, logs from different sources. Now, when it comes to logs from different sources, how do you ingest logs? What are your possibilities? So my first possibility of log ingestion is default, or I would say out of the box connectors, data connectors. Default out of the box data connectors. And when I say default out of the box data connectors, it requires less efforts in configuration. So this out of the box data connectors, the benefit of this approach is, I'll share this transcript with you, so you don't need to make notes, just understand the concept, guys. So when it comes to default out of the box data connectors, the benefit that I get is less efforts in integration and management. That's the benefit. However, not everything can be managed using default data connectors, right? Because you will not have data connectors for all the products. Then what is my second option? My second option is CEF, which is known as Common Event Log Event Framework. I'm saying log is silent here. So CEF, which is Common Event Framework. And then the last is syslog. This is the option. So if there is anything, if the default out of the box data connectors provides less effort, and then if you don't have default out of the box data connector, then these are the two options, which is common event framework and then syslog. So the answer to your question is that if there is any on-premises solution that you want to integrate with Sentinel, or you want to analyze the logs generated by that solution using Sentinel, what you need to do here, you will first need to see whether Sentinel has a default out-of-the-box data connector for it or not. So let's say F5ELB. Let's take this example. We'll navigate to the lab. Let me share my entire screen. Not sure if I'm sharing my entire screen. Stop sharing, and I'll share my entire screen. Okay. So I'll navigate to the lab here, Now in the lab, I navigate to Sentinel. Is my screen visible to everyone? Guys, you're able to see Sentinel dashboard? I'm
Yes.
saying on Sentinel page. Okay, great. So when you go to the when you go and look for the solutions, first of all, as I said, Sentinel has gone through a lot of developments and enhancements in the last couple of years, and it continues to do that. Microsoft continues to evolve all the solutions that it has. So you basically navigate to Content Hub. Here you need to first search for it. So let's say your client is using F5 load balancer now, and you want to analyze F5 load balancer logs using Sentinel. So the first thing that you will do the search here. So you will search for a solution, and you will see if you can get a solution here. So you will search for the solution. Okay. Over here, you will search. So I will say F5. I'll type F5 and hit enter. And I'll see, do I have any solution from F5 or do I have to go? So you can see from F5, we have only two solutions, which is these two solutions. You can integrate F5 advanced web integration. However, this integration is via syslog and CEF. This is exactly what I've written in the Word document, syslog and CEF. So it says that you have F5 advanced web integration by telemetry streaming also. So we have two options here. Now, if we, so what it basically says that you can integrate the solution. However, the integration is available through syslog and CEF. So you don't have a direct integration available. But there are products, for example, AWS. If I go to AWS, this solution, it has a direct connector. It just requires very basic configuration. So I'll show you the AWS part. So similar to AWS, you have GCP connectors also, your Fortinet connector. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that the first thing that you need to do as an architect or as a consultant, you will need to check whether there is a default out of the box data connector. And that data connector is via Content Hub Service. So you will check whether there is an out of the box data connector. If you don't have that, if you have that data connector, definitely it will take less efforts in integration and management. Why it will take less efforts? Because Sentinel itself will guide you what needs to be done, how it needs to be configured. So Sentinel will guide you the process. So for example, I've installed AWS part. It's a default integration. So after it is installed, I'll click on manage, and it will show you how do I configure the data connector, or how can I have my AWS and AWS account integrated with Sentinel. So I will go inside the solution after installation, and then I will see a data connector here. You can see there are two data connectors. One data connector is for and the other data connector is for Amazon Web Service, which is your AWS account. So if I click on this data connector, this is the connector that I'm primarily concerned with. This is the connector. These are the connectors that you have. So you can see AWS Web Service connector. If I click on this connector, it basically shows me the process, that what is the process that I can follow to integrate my AWS account with Microsoft Sentinel that will ensure all logs from AWS logging service, which is known as CloudTrail, config, guard duty, Macy, inspector, systems manager, ELK stack, Amazon Detect, organization, control tower. These are all security services. So all the logs from these security services will automatically starts to get ingested into Sentinel. And I will have, as part of this solution, a lot of uh, analytics rule that I can configure to identify events and alerts and incidents. And I will also have hunting queries available that I can manually run to look for information, right? So that's the approach that I will follow. So it is running a bit slow. It's loading the connector. Okay, the connector is loaded here. Now you can say, now you can see what it says, that if you want to run this connector, this AWS integration connector, what it says that you need workspace permission, which I have. Then it says configure AWS CloudTrail with Microsoft Sentinel. So it says this is your account ID, this is your external workspace, and this is your role that you need to add. So it says that you can connect this. And for that, it also shows you the guidance, which is here, connect AWS to Microsoft Sentinel. So if I click on this guidance, I will actually see my connector option. So it says connect Microsoft Sentinel to AWS Web Services to ingest AWS service log data. This is Microsoft documentation, which provides me step by steps. And it says that what all data will come here, like VPC, Guard Duty, CloudTrail, CloudWatch. This is the architectural view that all these AWS services will dump data into here, right? And then this is how you do the connector. So it also shows you the process. It shows you the process, the entire process on this documentation. To be honest, I will not say that just by going through this documentation, you will be able to configure it. Sometimes documentation misses a critical point, a point which will become a roadblock for you. Without having it in place, you will not be able to configure, and you will not find a reference here. For that, you can go to internet and search for that specific error code or information that will help you. I'm telling you by experience because this is common to all the products. No product would ever give you 100% accurate to the point information, because if they do so, who will go to them for assistance? Why would you approach Microsoft and say, Microsoft, you have a consulting team, a premier consulting team. Why don't you help us to deploy a solution? So Microsoft needs to maintain that also. And it is not with Microsoft with any product. You will not get a documentation using which you can deploy the product completely end to end. However, you will get 99% of the information. The remaining 1% you can collate. So with this, you can do the entire integration. That's one option. Then I was also talking about the integration with other products. In fact, if you really want to integrate AWS with Sentinel, you can also do it from here. I see you don't need to go to you don't need to navigate, you don't need to do this integration here. You can directly go to Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And in Microsoft Defender for Cloud, you also have AWS integration option available. So over here, if you see, over here, it says this is the environment. Here you will have an option. Give me a moment. So they keep on changing things here and there. Let me just see where AWS part is, regulatory compliance. Sorry, workload protection. You will find it under here. Environment settings. So here you see add environment. You can also add AWS here. Now you already know that your Defender for Cloud is connected with Sentinel, right? You have enabled Defender for Cloud connector in Sentinel. So instead of directly ingesting logs into Sentinel from AWS, you can also follow this method wherein you can integrate AWS with Microsoft Defender for Cloud, your AWS single account or all the accounts, and then the logs will come into Microsoft Defender, and from there they will get ingested into Sentinel. So sometimes when there is no direct path available, you need to aware of the alternatives. This is one alternative for cloud. If you don't have direct connector in Sentinel for a cloud, you can directly come to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, where you will have a connector available, because Defender integrates with AWS and GCP also. So coming back to the same question, so you will go with default connector first. If default is available, well and good. Otherwise, you will try to ingest the log using syslog. Now, this syslog is primarily this option. These two options are primarily used for third-party data connectors, which has the capability to send the logs in this format. So if you remember, I basically showed you the the architecture for Microsoft Sentinel. And if I just go to this architecture, this is where you will see the syslog part. So you can see that this is the on-premises part. Is this visible to everyone, guys? Visible to everyone, guys? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So over here, understand, this is your on-premises environment. Now, on-premises environment comprises of servers, which are like web servers, Active Directory servers, Linux servers, application services, SQL databases, or any server, any type of application. Now, there are two options that you have. The first option is if that server can directly, if you can directly deploy Sentinel agent on the server. Now, what is the Sentinel agent? This is the log analytics agent. This is like non-Azure server integration. So you will deploy log analytics agent here, and that agent will then communicate with Microsoft Sentinel. So when you deploy log analytics agent, which is known as Sentinel agent here, you can see all of these servers have Sentinel agent, and that agent is sending the data to Sentinel log analytics workspace over SSL, which is a secure communication. So that's first option. Now, let's say you have a LAN WAN appliance, like this is a switch and router. This is a security appliance, could be a firewall, or it could be your DDoS device, it could be your HSM device, hardware security module, all of these devices. Now, you cannot deploy an exe file on a switch and router. You cannot deploy it on a security appliance also. You cannot deploy it on a firewall. So what is your method? Then the next thing is that you will deploy a syslog server, and you will stream logs from these devices. When I say you will collaborate with the admins of these devices, because all the devices generate logs. So what you will ask admin, that admin, please share the logs, please stream the logs to this server. Now, what is this syslog server? It could be a Windows server, it could be a Linux server. So syslog is a feature that you will deploy on a Windows and Linux. It earlier it would only support Linux, but now it also supports Windows. So you'll deploy a server, configure syslog on it, and then all of these third-party devices like firewall, it could be Checkpoint, Cisco, Palo Alto, Barracuda, F5, Fortinet. They will all forward the log to syslog. Now, syslog has the capability to parse the log, which means the log may come in any format. And the log should be in CEF format. The log will come in this format, and then syslog will parse them. Parsing basically means that syslog will convert that log into a format that will fed into log analytics workspace, or syslog will convert that. Since the syslog is integrated with log analytics, it basically knows that what is the log format that log analytics understands. Now, log analytics will have tables. So the logs will be dumped into the tables. It will have separate tables for each log sources, and logs will be stored into the tables. So what syslog will do, when it receives the logs from firewall, from security appliance, from a LAN WAN appliance, or any service, any third-party service, it will convert that log, it will parse that log, convert it into a format, then it will forward that log over SSL. Once again, it will use the SSL, forward that log over SSL to log analytics workspace. Now, once the log is there in the log analytics workspace, then what happens afterwards, you already know. That log, that Sentinel will read the log from log analytics workspace, and it will, based on the analytics rule, create events and alerts. So this is the process that you can follow, and that is where I'm saying, you can see I have this document which contains step-by-step information of how do you configure a Red Hat based Linux syslog server. So you have step-by-step configuration. In fact, I'm saying you can go to Microsoft Sentinel documentation also, which gives you this information. So if you want to configure syslog, you can just type in Microsoft in Google itself, configure syslog server for Sentinel. So when you do that, you get this documentation which says configure your Linux machine appliance. And here in this documentation, you have all the information. Collect data from Linux-based sources using syslog. So you will see all the configuration. You just need to go through the documentation. And it also shows that what are your options. So this is what you need to understand here, CEF and syslog. So it clearly says that syslog via AMA and common event framework, or via AMA data connector for Microsoft Sentinel, filters and ingests syslog messages, include messages in common event framework from Linux machines and from network and security devices and appliances. So this line covers everything that you have asked me, Azhar, Linux machines and any network and security device and appliance that you have. So the only thing that you need to understand is they collaborate with the admin of these devices and ask them to forward the logs to the syslog server that you will provision. And then the syslog server will be integrated with log analytics workspace, which will forward the logs to the log analytics workspace. So this is your end-to-end process, which you need to understand to ingest logs from syslog using syslog or CEF framework. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, just one doubt. So wherever
Uh-huh.
Microsoft Monitoring Agent runs directly, like Windows AD or Windows machine, like server or a Linux device, it can directly
Uh-huh.
communicate with Sentinel. There is no need to have a
No, no,
syslog
it
server,
does.
separate server.
No, no, no. No, it doesn't communicate directly with Sentinel. It communicates with Log Analytics Workspace, which is onboarded into Sentinel. That's the logic.
Hmm. Okay, okay. But for
Nobody
this,
connects with Sentinel directly.
yeah. But wherever,
Make sense?
like, yes, yes. The
Hmm.
security appliances and all, they will need a syslog server to be set up, which can then communicate with log analytics workspace.
Absolutely. All the security
Okay.
appliance, any security appliance in this world, if it
Hmm.
has the capability to generate logs,
Hmm.
in 99% of the cases, the log will be in CEF format, which is
Okay.
Common Event Framework format. That CEF format log will come to syslog server, who is integrated with log analytics, who exactly knows in what format log analytics workspace will understand the log. So syslog will then convert that CEF format log received from these appliances into a format that log analytics understands. And then it will forward those logs to log analytics workspace over secure channel, which is TLS over SSL. That's how the the flow will work. And in the syslog server itself, you will have management options wherein you can run commands and you can see whether logs are getting streamed in, whether they are going out with log analytics. You have all the configurations,
Okay.
right?
Oh,
So
yes.
if you want to understand more about syslog, watch my training on Microsoft Sentinel on my YouTube channel. In one of the video, I'm actually configuring syslog server end to end, and I'm showing that how, and I'm taking an example of of an on-premises firewall that I have basically provisioned in a different cloud. I'm just assuming that this firewall is in on-premises, which is in a different cloud. Then I'm ingesting the logs of that firewall into syslog server, and from syslog the logs are getting ingested into log analytics workspace, and then I log in into log analytics workspace and show it to the participants that see the logs are coming. So where do you see the logs coming? You will see the logs coming here. So when you log into Microsoft Sentinel, you will have an option here. So sorry, not here. When you log into log analytics workspace, actually, in the log analytics workspace, you will see an option which says tables. So here you will see the tables. As I said, logs are ingested into the log analytics workspace in the form of tables. So here you will see a table created against that log. So here you see all types of log you can see here. Device events, all these tables are getting created, right? You will have tables for Microsoft appliances also. All these, you can see here Linux audit log is a table. So whenever you are ingesting logs from Linux, it will directly fall into this table. Now, what it does, you have default tables also, plus you can create a new table also. You can see here new custom logs MMA based or DCR based. So you can create a table and then you can provide that table information to syslog server so that syslog server will forward the log to that table only, and the log will be stored in the table, and then these tables are read by Microsoft Sentinel. That's the logic,
Okay. Okay.
right? So this is
Yes.
the logic that I'm saying. This is the end-to-end flow of logging that happens in Microsoft Sentinel. That how logs are collected, and then they are parsed, and then they are ingested into Sentinel. Now, whether it is IBM QRadar, whether it is Splunk, whether it is Securonix, Alert Logic, or any SIEM solution, they all use the same concept, which is log ingestion. Now, they may use a different terminology for it. For example, Splunk has a concept of forwarder and indexer. Forwarder is equivalent to agent, which is deployed on the log source, which is collecting the logs and dumping that logs into indexer. Now, indexer is equivalent to log analytics workspace. So they may change the terminology, but the core concepts will remain the same. So So once you master one SIEM solution, it will not take much time to master others. Today, when I look back, or when I see my training catalog, or when I see the trainings that I delivered in the last 5 years, I realized that I have learned a lot of technologies in the last 5 years, which I did not learn during my employment, time frame, because at that point in time, I was limited to working in a project or in certain projects where there were limited devices only. So I never learned CrowdStrike. I only learned and mastered CrowdStrike in the last 5 years. Sentinel-1, McAfee Envision from the EDR perspective. During my employment, I would only know Microsoft Defender for endpoint, no other product. But now I have learned a couple of products. And what helped me to learn these products is the fundamental understanding of the core concepts and design architecture of a technology. So if you know the design architecture and core concepts of a technology, the product is secondary. You can learn any product. So if you know Defender for endpoint and you've done IOC configuration, when you navigate to CrowdStrike UI, you will get an option for IOC configuration and you will see the same options. The concepts will remain the same. The UI will change. They will probably, instead of IOC, they will say indicator of attack. They will change, they will use some other terminology, but the core concept will remain the same. So as a technical person, this is for all of you. Focus on the core concepts. Focus on the architectural aspect of a technology. Don't just learn it because it is used in your project, because your employer, is currently using it. No, as a technical person, forget about your employer. Your employer doesn't own you. You don't owe anything to your employer. It is a relationship you are in, a professional relationship. You're not married to them and you will not continue working with them throughout your life. It all depends how well they treat you, how well they meet your, meet your career, professional and financial expectation. As long as they're meeting those expectations, you will continue to work with them. As long as you are giving returns on their investments, they will continue to work with you. The day this relationship breaks, this expectation breaks, they will either ask you to leave or you will probably find, opportunities outside of it. It's a bitter truth. And I don't mind, saying it on a recorded, session, but this is how it happens with all the employers. So that's what you need to understand here. Okay. Any other question, Azhar, on Sentinel?
Um, so MDFC, it may not have its own telemetry if Defender
Mm-hmm.
is not the EDR solution that we are using. We may have CrowdStrike in place, right? So then,
Absolutely.
like you explained, we can integrate AWS directly into MDFC, which can then flow
Mm-hmm.
to Sentinel for analytics.
Absolutely.
So similarly, can we do it for the other EDR solutions also, or like we'll have to have this EDR solution integrated with Sentinel for correlation, like how the architecture can flow in these cases?
Okay, see, understand, you don't ingest logs from one EDR into another EDR. That's not how we do it. Because why would you do that? I'm saying, what is the point of using two EDR solutions in an environment? The question should be, how do I ingest EDR logs into a SIEM solution? Because EDR
Yes.
is a proactive solution and SIEM is a reactive solution, as I explained the other time. So when you
Hmm.
want to ingest a logs from EDR into SIEM, you already have options. As I showed you, I'm saying if I go
Hmm.
back to Sentinel once again, and if I see that do I have integration with some EDR solutions, let's see whether there are integrations available. So so I'll search for the content once again. So let's say I'll search for,
CrowdStrike, I think, is available.
yeah. So I'll search for CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is
Yeah,
available, which
sure.
means you can ingest CrowdStrike logs directly into Sentinel. When I say directly, it doesn't mean you directly ingest it. You obviously need to read the connector. You need to read the configuration and you need to do that configuration, right? So here's the
Hmm.
connector. It shows you step-by-step process to do it. Since there is a connector, the best part that you have is you will need to make less efforts. It would not require
Hmm.
you to write a line of code or some API from scratch to have that enabled, because connectors are there. Microsoft has done the heavy lifting already for you. All you need to do is just follow the instructions and then configure it. So it is already available. But let's say you don't have integration with Sentinel-1. Sentinel-1 is another uh, popular EDR solution that we use in the industry these days. So let's say you don't have integration with Sentinel-1 here. So we don't have integration with Sentinel-1. You can see nothing is coming when I'm typing Sentinel-1, right? So if you want to ingest logs from Sentinel-1, you will need to follow the same process. This is the process which comes here. So those logs will either be ingested into syslog, and then from syslog they get into log analytics, and then they are analyzed by the Sentinel service. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is that instead of syslog, if that solution has integration available with event streaming services like Event Hub. So you have Event Hub service available. If that supports integration with Event Hub, for example, third-party solutions like Splunk has a data connector for Sentinel. It has a data connector for Azure also. So if you have services like Event Hub streaming available, you will directly use Event Hub. Otherwise, syslog is the last option. So syslog is the universal option for log ingestion, for any device that exists on this planet. Right?
Okay. Yeah. And if it supports API, we can build API connectors also.
Absolutely. I'm saying if it supports API, that's the another option. That's what I'm trying to say. If it supports API, you can use API. If API is not supported, but even if you use API, then you need to use Event Hub. Then how will you have API directly communicate with log analytics? You will need to use a solution in Microsoft that will receive the logs and then dump into the log analytics workspace, right? Or the other option is you can have those logs dumped into a storage account. So you can create a storage account in Azure, and the storage account will have the logs ingested, and from storage accounts they will be streamed into Sentinel directly.
Yes.
Why? How they are getting streamed into Sentinel? Because you already have a connector for the storage account configured here. Remember, we configured the storage account connector, and that storage account connector was configured to ingest all the logs into Sentinel. So that's another way of doing it. The point that I'm trying to make here is that you will need to research and look for solutions and alternatives, and then pick and choose the one which is most appropriate, which involves less efforts, less cost, and which also involves less management overhead in the long run. It should not happen that you go for a solution which involves less cost and less integration, but the management overhead is very high. Then also it doesn't make sense. So that's what you will learn when you move further in your career. When you become a consultant or an architect, you will realize that it will change your thought process completely. You will not think through the limited options. You will have out of the box thinking, automatically inducted in yourself, that will provide you multiple options, and you will not settle with one at any point in time. You will always look for multiple options, pick and choose the one which is most appropriate for your customer.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Raghuveer,
Any
just
other
a question here. One question on the same topic, that the log is hopping from multiple systems before it lands into Sentinel for analysis, right?
Absolutely.
So if at all there is an instance where customer is complaining or red teaming activity was performed at customer's end, and we are not able to we were not able to detect that incident, right, or report that incident, and then we do the investigation where exactly it failed.
Right.
So is there any solution or any approach available when there are the logs hopping from multiple systems to quickly find out where is the gap, like whether the log is not generated, those logs are not received, or we didn't get it in a sequence or in the paging format that was expected, or missed in the translation or something? So is there any solution for that, or approach that we should follow?
Yeah, I'm saying there are two approaches here, KQL and syslog. The same answer. I'm saying depending on your method of log ingestion. See, your method could be direct method, which is out of the box data connector, or it would be CEF and syslog method, right? So if your method is direct, which is direct ingestion, then you will navigate to your data connector. For example, let's say right now I'm ingesting logs from Azure Activity. I have a data connector configured, which is Azure Activity, and I'm ingesting logs here. This is my connector. So I will go to this connector. I'm saying I will go to the solution, then I will go to the connector and see whether the logs are being received. And that will tell me the information. So I'll come here, this, and I'll select the connector here, which is this connector, let's say. Now over here, I'll open the connector page and I will get the answer to this question, which is here. You can see logs are getting ingested. They're coming. And then if I need more information, I will click on log analytics, which is my log repository. And here I can run queries, KQL queries that will show me all the information in terms of if there is any breakage in the log, if the logs that I am receiving. So you can see I'm constantly receiving logs, right? There is no breakage here. This is the one thing that you will do when you want to troubleshoot. The other option that you have, which is the same, which is CF and syslog. So when you log into the syslog server, you also have command lines available. You also have UI available. If you deploy it in Linux, you will have command line. If you deploy it in Windows, you have UI available. So with the help of UI, you can find out whether you received the logs. But this is not one-side troubleshooting. There is another side of it. When you troubleshoot, you will do the troubleshooting from both source and destination. So you will need to do the troubleshooting source, then network, and then destination, right? This is your troubleshooting approach. So you're doing the troubleshooting here, which let's say your source is on premises. It's an on premises security appliance, which is sending the logs. Now this appliance is sending the logs over the network, right? So your network should not create any issues. I'm saying you should not have a firewall or a switch in the network which is dropping the packets, which is not allowing the logs to move forward. So you will do that, you will use packet tracer, you will use solutions to do this troubleshooting and identify. The first thing you will see whether the logs are getting generated. So if the logs are getting generated, then the second thing you will check is whether those logs are getting streamed or sent to the solution. Then comes your destination. Your destination is either log analytics workspace or your destination is syslog. So if it is log analytics workspace, you will have KQL queries. If it is syslog, then you will also have queries. So you will run the queries and see what are the logs that you're receiving. So first you will check it on premises, whether the logs were sent. Then you will check it in KQL, whether the logs were received. If the logs were sent but not received, then it is your network which is at fault. Probably the packets are getting dropped at the network. Then you will involve your networking team, who will then tell you the truth that whether those logs are getting sent or not. So you have network monitoring solutions, multiple solutions. You can also use third parties, free solutions also, freeware. Nmap is there. There are multiple solutions that you can use that will exactly tell you whether those logs are getting ingested or whether the packets are getting dropped. So that's what you will do for log troubleshooting. So I'm exactly telling you what is being done in the production environment when there is a gap in the log that was sent from source, but they did not receive a destination. So it's a troubleshooting that you will do when multiple parties will get involved and you will be able to identify the gap. Make sense?
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Great. Let's move on. Dhananjay, over to you. Any question, any doubt, or anything that you would like me to cover, or any documentation that you would like me to share? Dhananjay, are you there in the session?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dhananjay. Yes.
Yes, Raghuveer. First of all, thank you for this session. Actually, there were most of the things like I had the doubt which were not I was not able to identify like what was the issue. But after this training, actually, I'm able to sort out the things. So already on documentation part, actually, you have already told like you would be sharing the transcripts with me. That would be helpful, maybe for the reference in future. The second thing was maybe like we have already discussed this during our training, but maybe I have some few doubt on that as well regarding the CIS benchmark that we discussed earlier. So the thing was like in my current environment, actually, we were facing issue with the server hardening, and actually there were some servers like on which the hardening was not done, and because of that they are not marked in that. They are seen as non-compliant. Okay. So my actually on this full thing, actually I had the doubt was about uh, when I take the reference for CIS benchmark as a for the server hardening, I can get that information from College Guard as well in currently. But the thing is about the remediation. How can I do the remediation now when the servers are in production? And can I do it through the console, or do I have anything automation in that? So that was one of the thing. Actually, I was just wondering how we can do that. Uh,
Yeah,
that
sure.
Yes. And
So yeah,
yes.
yeah. Please continue. Please complete.
Yes.
Then I'll talk.
Okay, sure. And the another the maybe the very much generic question about, like, as you already answered, like there may be the things like when you are doing the training with multiple clouds, and we need to get accommodate with all of them. So the thing is uh, now when we have these different products from Microsoft, maybe 6 7 products that we are learning in this training as of now, but it is not like this all products are being deployed in the environment, or maybe we are using some. So in current case, like we have Windows Defender. So earlier we were using Palo Alto Cortex. So when I check, Palo Alto Cortex is in the leaders quadrant. Maybe it is far more better than Defender maybe. So just wanted your view, like which are the products, Microsoft products, that we have learned today in this training, which are the best in the market, or maybe that are very good as compared to the other products, and just the comparison. If you can just show us something for that.
Okay. So I'll be honest with you here. So what basically happens? Let's take the example of Palo Alto. Now, Palo Alto specializes in cybersecurity products, wherein they have a firewall solution. They have VM series, so they have next gen firewall. They've also acquired companies wherein they have got CSPM solution also. So Palo Alto has Prisma also. Prisma they acquired, and they became CSPM leader also, cloud security posture management. Now let's look at Microsoft. Compare the products that Microsoft has. Microsoft has more than 100 products. If you count the products of Microsoft, or the solutions that Microsoft offers to the customer, there are more than 100 solutions. So the question is the attention and the objective of the company. So obviously, if you say that is Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is the leader in EDR, or how it compares with CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, and other solutions. Or if you say Microsoft Defender for Cloud, which is a CSPM solution, how it compares with Zscaler CSPM, how it compares with CrowdStrike also as a CSPM solution, how it compares with Palo Alto Prisma. I will honestly tell you that any third-party solution will always have an edge over an OEM product, over a product from Microsoft, AWS, and GCP. Why? Because they have become like a shopping mall today. You get everything. And when you get everything, you can't expect that level of quality or that level of capability from these solutions. Now, why I'm telling you, I'll quickly show you a comparison, which I did in my previous training when I delivered it for CrowdStrike, wherein I compared 3 products. So you can see Microsoft Defender for Endpoint comparison with McAfee Envision, and with McAfee Envision and CrowdStrike. In this, I'm comparing McAfee EDR, Microsoft Defender for endpoint, and then CrowdStrike also. So when you look at the comparison, you will see that obviously, I'll share this comparison with you. When you look at this comparison, you will find that these third-party solutions, since their focus is on one technology only, they are more user-friendly. They they are easy to integrate and configure, and they are up to a certain extent include more use cases than Microsoft Defender for endpoint includes as we speak today. That's one thing that you will realize. But that is not all. When you look from a comprehensive perspective, see, right now you're working as an engineer, as an, let's say as a consultant or a senior engineer. So you don't understand the business imperative. When you will probably reach at my level, you will understand the business imperative. The business imperative is cost optimization, budget reduction. And that is where business would need solutions which can provide them more value at a lesser cost. That is where cloud service providers or these solutions from Microsoft, AWS, GCP comes into the picture. So these solutions provide more capability at a lesser cost. Then comes the integration part. Imagine for a moment that for, let's say, for load balancing, you're using F5. F5 load balancer you're using. Then for firewall, you're using Palo Alto. This is for everyone. So you're using Palo Alto next gen firewalls. Then for monitoring you're using Vistara, which is a monitoring solution. You're using Vistara for infra monitoring, infra network and application monitoring. For EDR, you're using CrowdStrike. For you're using Splunk for SIEM and SOAR capability. You're using CrowdStrike as your EDR solution. Then you're using Splunk for SIEM and SOAR. Then you are using a Proofpoint for email security. You're using Cisco AMP for DLP. You're using Global Protect for VPN. I'm just giving you a typical example of companies. That's how companies do. So you're using these solutions, right? If there is any solution which is left, let's say for encryption, you're using a solution from Thales. And your domain, CDN. So you're using Akamai or CDN. So I'm just giving you an example that how this is the distributed environment example where business is using separate solutions, separate products for each capability that they need. Now imagine for a moment the cost of the business. The licensing cost will increase. Business will need to deploy employees, SMEs who will need these products. So you will have equivalent number of SMEs who will support these products, support and manage these products. The licensing cost will increase. And also when it comes to integrating these products, it will be a nightmare because all of these are different companies and there is no guarantee that they will have APIs available. You probably will end up writing APIs yourself, which requires another cost. You will need to hire somebody who is a good programmer. So the challenge with the above approach is integration, licensing cost, optimization, and so these are the challenges that you receive with these things. So integration, licensing cost, optimization, these are the challenges. Now I'll give you a solution for a moment. So I come to you and I say, hey, what are you doing? Why are you using, So you call me and you say that, hey, we have been using a lot of challenges. We are going through a lot of challenges. We have got a lot of incidents. We are bleeding when it comes to security. Our applications have performance issues. We are not able to get all the matrices monitored. There are a lot of challenges. And then I ask you, okay, what solutions are you using? And you give me this entire list that this is what I'm using. Then what I will do, I will say that let's do one thing. Let's try and consolidate the solution stack. And when it comes to the consolidation, I can give you all the solutions from one vendor, wherein you will get a better licensing cost, which involves your cost of operations, wherein integration will be easy and optimization will also be taken care of. So that is where I'll say that do one thing for load balancers. Instead of using F5 load balancers, use Azure ELB and application gateway services, which provides you layer 7 and layer 4 load balancing service. Instead of using Palo Alto next-gen firewall, use Azure firewall. It can protect both cloud as well as on-premises network. Instead of using this solution, Vistara, for monitoring, use Azure Monitor. And using this solution, you can monitor both Azure as well as on-premises infrastructure, network, and application. Instead of using CrowdStrike, use Microsoft Defender for endpoint. Instead of using Splunk, use Microsoft Sentinel. Instead of using Proofpoint, use M365 Defender. For Cisco AMP DLP, use Microsoft Information Protection solution. Microsoft Information Protection or Purview. Instead of VPN, use Microsoft VPN, Microsoft native VPN capability. Instead of encryption, use KMS service, Key Vault service in Azure. And for CDN, use Azure CDN. So what I just did, see, it is also, I'm also increasing your dependency. It's always a trade-off. So I have just suggested you to go with one vendor to have your all IT security infrastructure application networking needs satisfied. So that whenever there are challenges, whenever there is outages or any issues, you are not dialing 10 different numbers. You're just dialing one number of your technical account manager who will bring in resources and have it sorted out quickly. Licensing cost is sorted out because all of these solutions would not even require more than one license. Your optimization is sorted out because now you have one vendor who is accountable for everything. So these are two sides of a coin. And you need to understand both sides. You need to look at both sides and take a decision accordingly. This is the answer to your question. I hope that made sense.
Yes, Raghuveer.
Yep. So always third-party solutions has an edge, but when it comes to a comprehensive solution, it may satisfy your requirements also. Whenever you have an explicit requirement that is not satisfied by a comprehensive solution, you go to a shopping mall, you have stores that sells almost all the products, all the clothing, giant clothing merchants are there, all the home decor products are there. You have you have all shops, but then you go inside a shop and you will not find a toy that your kid is actually requesting for or demanding for. You go to Hemley's store, you will not find that toy. Then you go out in the market and search for an alternative. But as long as your needs are getting satisfied, you are getting the product of your product that satisfies your business requirements. Let's continue to visit that mall all the time because you only need to visit one place. That's how you relate technology with your personal life. And that's what this is the same example that I give to my clients and say that this is the benefit that you will reap out by consolidating your IT security stack with Microsoft, with AWS, with GCP. AWS have similar solutions. GCP has security and command center, which has all these solutions available. So this is the solution that I give to my client, and then I leave the decision to them to pick and choose. Now, sometimes the client shares a list of capabilities and say, okay, we will go with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Here's the set of capabilities. Tell me whether these capabilities are available in Azure or not. Then this is what I do. So for that you also have. So sometimes I'm saying I'll show you a live example here. For example, there was a time when I was promoting Microsoft Sentinel. I was talking about Sentinel, and the client says whether Sentinel has this capability or not. Yep. So here's the product. So I'm saying I will not take the name on a recorded session. However, there was a time when somebody said that Sentinel has this capability or not. Then I had my team to request for the capability, put it a presentation, and put all those capabilities here. And then we had put a column and we said, yes, whether Sentinel has it or not. And if Sentinel has it, then here's the remark that how do you achieve it? For example, the customer said that our queries or we want the log retention for a longer duration, probably for 10 years, 15 years, and the typical size of the query or typical, and then we would like to have a capability wherein we can directly run the query on the archive data. So we said, yes, Sentinel, it is possible. And for that, you will need to use an integration with Azure Data Explorer, ADE service that will have integration with log analytics. Logs will stay in log analytics for 2 years, and post 2 years, they will automatically get into the Azure Data Explorer. So this is what you can do basically. You can create a comparison analysis for your customer and say, so yes, these are the capabilities which are available. This is one such capability which is not available. Now you take a decision whether this capability is a showstopper for you or not. If it's a showstopper, then let's continue with the same product. But if it is not a showstopper, and if there are alternatives, then probably you need to think about the comprehensive security solution provided by one vendor. And that's exactly what is happening today. I'm not saying that you go to Microsoft. I'm saying if I go to CrowdStrike website, you will notice that CrowdStrike is not an EDR solution anymore. See CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike almost provides you security products across all capabilities. So if I go to services here, maybe a moment here. So platform, you can see CrowdStrike has EDR, CrowdStrike has identity protection, CrowdStrike has threat intelligence and hunting, CrowdStrike has next-gen SIEM, CrowdStrike has a solution for data governance, CrowdStrike has a solution for external attack surface management, CrowdStrike has a solution for automation, CrowdStrike has a solution for cloud security. It has its own generative AI models also available. It has workflow automation also. So CrowdStrike has these solutions available. Now tell me, why would you look beyond CrowdStrike? When CrowdStrike is able to address most of the requirements that you have, which is the other requirements like application security, posture management, all of these requirements, why would you look beyond CrowdStrike and think of moving towards Palo Alto or any other solution, as long as CrowdStrike has a solution? The, the benefit is that you will get a bundle. All of these solutions will be bundled and you will get licensing, less licensing cost and more optimization and integration option. And you will always have somebody from CrowdStrike, just a phone call away or an email away who can respond and who will be accountable to support. So that's the solution. This is what most of the vendors are doing. They are building competency across other domains and areas which they did not do in the last 10 years. But for the last 3-4 years, I've seen these products evolving a lot wherein they are building your cloud. Qualys, you talked about Qualys Cloud Guard. Qualys used to be a vulnerability management solution, but today if you log into Qualys Cloud Portal, you will see that Qualys also provides, other than vulnerability management, it also provides patch management. It provides external attack surface management. It has integration available with AWS, GCP, and Azure. It also provides you inventory. It also provides you an ITSM solution like BMC Remedy and ServiceNow. It provides you multiple capabilities. So Qualys is not a vulnerability management solution anymore. It's a company that builds multiple cybersecurity solutions across a variety of use cases. And that's what you need to understand, learn, and obviously this will not come overnight. It took me almost 20 years to have this comfort level wherein I can talk about any solution, at a stretch, to any level of audience. So it comes by practice, it comes by experience. Obviously, you will take your own sweet time to be at that level. So I'll take a pause here and see if you have any additional question.
No, Raghuveer. Only about that CIS benchmark.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so
That was
CIS benchmark, I'm sorry, let me complete that part also. So when it comes to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and I'll show you the CIS benchmark because I have it enabled in my account also. So for some of the benchmarks, so I'll go to CIS directly, and it will load the CIS benchmarks. So these are the CIS benchmarks. I'll expand all the categories. These are all the controls in CIS. Let's say I go to a specific control where I am failing actually. So for example, this is the control where I'm failing in the storage accounts. Now this is control that I'm failing, which says ensure that enable infrastructure encryption for each storage account is set to enabled. So this is the control where I'm failing. I'll click on the control statement and I'll see whether I need to remediate manually, or is there an option wherein I can run an automation and I can enable it. So you can see for this one, there is an automation, which is trigger logic app. So what it will do, it will trigger a logic app. Obviously, you need to write that logic app first. So you have an automation available here through logic app, which is the automation service, workflow automation service in Azure. So you need to write a logic app, and with the help of that logic app, you can quickly have all of these accounts enabled for infrastructure encryption. So that's one option that you have, which is the automation part, that you have an automation available here for this specific control. Now let's go to any other control which is failing. For example, I have something failing here also, which is this. It says that storage account should use a private link connection. So I'll click on this control. And you can see for this control also, I have triggered logic app available. So I can enable automation here. And when I write this logic app, I only write it once. After it is written for any non-compliant device, I can come to this window quickly and I can follow the same trigger logic app, select the logic app and trigger, and it will quickly automatically put all of these 5 storage accounts under a private endpoint. So I will not say that you have 100% automation available for remediation, but for most of the capabilities, there is a remediation available. For example, it says ensure diagnostic settings are configured, right? Diagnostic settings should be configured for these controls, and which is failing here. Now you can see logic app is here also. So Azure is evolving. Defender for Cloud is evolving over a period of time, wherein they have enabled this capability that majority of the controls can now be automated using logic app.
Okay.
Right? It's just that you need to have good understanding of the logic app, which is another requirement now. So you need to learn that how do we build a logic app? How do we create a workflow automation? The best part about logic app is that it doesn't require any programming skills. It's a pure workflow automation solution, and you just need to master it by going to that solution, by building a sample logic apps. Start with sample use cases, easy use cases, then keep on increasing the difficulty level. I will also show a logic app example probably today or on Monday, wherein the in Sentinel, the analytics tool that we have created, which is attempt from a disabled user account, or Azure portal brute force attack. So I'll create a logic app that will be integrated with this incident. And as soon as there is a brute force attack on Azure portal, it will quickly pick up the user that is involved in that attack, and it will disable that user account in the AD to avoid any further occurrence of that uh, brute force attack in Azure portal. So that's the integration and automation which is possible both in Microsoft Sentinel, Defender for Cloud, Defender for Endpoint, any Microsoft security product. If you need automation enabled for that product, it is logic app service that you need to learn.
Okay, that would be helpful. Like if we get some demo for the
I will
logic
do
app.
that. That I will do that. Okay. All right.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Moving on. Hiren, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for this session. If any document regarding for that MDR advanced threat hunting,
What you said? Which advanced threat hunting?
MD advanced.
Microsoft Defender for endpoint threat hunting. Did you said
Yes,
that?
yes, yes, correct.
Okay. So see, I have already, I'm say when we had the very first you know incident generated in Microsoft Defender for endpoint, I basically showed you the process that how do you manage that incident, how do you manage the incident life cycle. Now, when it comes to the threat hunting, for threat hunting, you need to write quick, KQL queries. What I can do, I can share some KQL queries, and with those KQL queries, you can hunt for threats, right? So I will share some default KQL queries that will help you for threat hunting. That's what I can do from my end. In fact, there was a time when uh, I'm saying Microsoft has stopped doing it. There was a time when Microsoft has threat hunting labs available as part of security portal offering, wherein you will have some sample examples and you can use those examples. Microsoft has actually stopped providing that capability. It is not that they have completely stopped it, they've suspended that capability for the time being. They're probably working on that capability. But yes, I will share some references with you on threat hunting part, some common threat hunting queries that you can use to hunt for threats both in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, in Microsoft Sentinel, or any Microsoft security product. Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
so I'll make a note of it. Thank you. Kunal, over to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know,
Mm-hmm,
in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, there are two sections, right? Email
mm-hmm,
and collaboration and cloud apps. So regarding cloud apps, you gave us the overview and what it can be, what it does.
mm-hmm.
But there are it must be the larger segment than we had already discussed. So
Absolutely.
we just wanted I just wanted to know uh, if you have any kind of document which will help us to take us through the email and collaboration and the cloud apps. So
Yep, I can do.
everything from the policies and what it can be done and how it can be implemented and what kind of issues are there, what kind of issues we can face. So everything related to that. So that will be helpful. And for email and collaboration part, how we can leverage this feature to use it in the investigation of the alerts and incidents.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've made a note of it, Kunal, as you
Right.
already know that each solution is very advanced in its nature, and
Right.
obviously in a limited time frame, we cannot cover every minute aspect of that solution. The
Right. Right.
focus was more on XDR part, which is the integration of these solutions. That is
Right.
where I picked up one use case wherein I showed you that how Cloud App integrates with Defender for Endpoint and provides you XDR capability, wherein
Mm.
you leverage Cloud App knowledge base from the application perspective and have that knowledge base configured as your IOCs. So that was one use case that I covered so that you understand the integration part. Now, you're absolutely right that Cloud App MCAS is a product in itself and it has a lot of capabilities. So what I will do, I will share some documentation around MCAS that basically talks about the capabilities, features, and limitations of MCAS, as
Mm.
well as some common use cases that you can configure in AMCAS
Right.
that I will share with you. Now you can go through those use cases, those capabilities, and if you feel that you need some further assistance, some guidance, feel free
Mm.
to drop me a note. I will probably discuss, or we can probably get on a Microsoft team calls in my spare time, probably over the weekend or in the
Sure.
evening hours when I have some bandwidth, and we can go through it and I will help you configure in your lab environment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
we can do.
And same for the email and collaboration related.
Yeah, e- M3,
Oh,
email and collaboration. Yep.
yeah. So in email and collaboration, there might be Microsoft Exchange related thing will also come, right? Or
Absolutely. See, when
so
it comes to email, it basically talks about DLP, it talks about
mm,
labeling and classification, it talks about writing labels, writing the rules around it. And it is
yeah,
both for, it also talks about DLP encryption. It also
right,
talks
right,
about, DKIM, which is a new technology,
mm,
email security. It talks about a lot of things. As I said,
right,
it's a
right.
product in itself. And,
So actually, we need it because
mhm,
in our customers environment, we
mhm,
mostly get that we get those alerts where the user has clicked on the suspicious link,
okay.
and
Hmm.
mostly those links have came onto their emails. So
Mhm.
we just, so that's why we want to leverage it for, for the threat hunting and investigation and detection of the alerts and incidents. So that is the main purpose for that,
Sure. So
for
what I
us.
will do, as I said, I'll share the documents with you. I will
Right.
also share a URL of
Mm,
Microsoft security events, wherein they
mm,
continue to have events conducted on various Microsoft Defender products, which
right, right.
includes Microsoft Defender for email security also. So you
Okay.
will probably register for those webinars that will give you more, to the point information about this product. And then when you
Right.
register for it, your email ID goes to them. So any additional information that they want to share with you, they will continue to share it with yourself. So
Okay.
that's what I can do. Right?
Okay. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Moving on. Manak,
Yeah,
Manak,
hi,
are you
hi
there?
Raghuveet. Yeah, hi
Yes.
Raghuveet. Manak here. So Raghuveet, first of all, thanks for this knowledgeable session. Like we have understood many of the products from Microsoft XDR. So actually, my request for to you, it is just not in this part of this training session. It is
Mm-hmm.
like, do you have any of the document where we can see that how can we create executions for Azure WAF? So because currently I'm just supporting a customer where we are facing issues like implementation is coming to us multiple times that they need exclusion for different endpoints for same rule. So those errors we are facing. So is there any learning path or any of the details you have regarding the Azure OF? So if you share that, that will be helpful for.
Sure. So when you say WAF, you're talking about the WAF solution which integrates with application gateway. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great. I'll share. I have some references for it. And you want to create, so I'm saying when it comes to WAF, WAF in itself is a web application firewall, which has its own policies and exclusion, exclusion UI. So you don't do anything from the WAF perspective in your endpoint. You have a separate endpoint policy, the policy that we configured yesterday, and I showed you all the capabilities like device protection, endpoint, anti-malware policies, exclusion, inclusion, all that. So it's a separate thing. WAF is a separate thing. So I have,
No, no,
I shared some
I am talking
documentation.
about, yeah, I
Mhm.
am talking about the web URLs, which we called in the API, if we can call it as a endpoint, but it's not related to the endpoint client, which we cover on this part.
No, so the web URL, so let's say we block gmail.com as an IOC. Now no endpoint will be able to open gmail.com, right? Now, what your question is, do you want it to, I'm say how, where exactly web comes? I just want to understand the context so that I can provide you to the point resource, which meets your expectation.
Yeah, because currently I'm supporting a customer who are
Hmm.
creating APIs. So
Okay.
the Azure OF is deployed over there for there
Mm-hmm.
are Azure front door is also there, Azure application gateway is also there. So
Mm-hmm.
when they are creating the APIs, many
Mm-hmm.
of the APIs are getting blocked as per their like Azure, because when we enable the Azure OF, it will by default enable all the rules. So
Yep, you're
once
right.
they are, yeah, so once they are testing, they are facing multiple issues like some of the rule ID got triggered and it got blocked. So in that
Okay, got it.
situation, we need to,
So
yeah.
you're saying
So
that APIs are getting blocked on endpoints. Am I correct?
yes.
Okay. So for that,
Yeah,
I
so here
already.
they call, yeah, here
Hmm,
they called the APIs, the API URL, which for their application URL, they called it endpoint. So that's what I have mentioned it as endpoint.
okay, great. So what you need to do, I'm saying if they are getting blocked on the endpoints, then you need to look into your endpoints anti-malware policy. And from Microsoft Defender for endpoint perspective, you will need to navigate to that Intune portal. And on that Intune portal, you will get that information, the malware policies. And in that policy, so what basically happens, there are two ways of achieving this objective. One, you let it get blocked. Once it gets blocked, there will be an investigation against it. You go to that investigation and then you identify the URL of it or the hash of it, and then you exclude that into your entire malware. Your entire malware
No,
will
it's,
exclude it.
I think there is some confusion. Actually,
Mhm.
it's not that URLs are getting blocked due to the anti-malware policy. It's just that WAF rules are getting triggered. So I am just asking how to create
Okay, okay.
the exclusion in the WAF rules, not in the
Okay, so
endpoint, because
you're
that
talking
part,
about WEF, which is WEF UI. So
yes,
the policies and exclusion that you create in WEF UI, you're talking about that. That's
yeah,
exactly what I was trying to understand, that where exactly we need to fix it. So it is not on the
mhm.
endpoint. It is not because of the entire malware policy. It is because of the policy which is configured in the WAF. So you want to create an exclusion in the WAF so that that specific API will not get blocked, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
or
I'll
the
see.
specific rule
I'll share the.
not get triggered.
Yeah, I got your point.
Yeah, and one more thing I would like to mention in this regard only. So, is there any particular repository from like OSAP that if any rule got triggered, like for any false
Uh,
positive, what are the remediations
uh.
for that?
Yeah, there is a remediation. I'm saying it's all about policies. How do you optimize your policies, WAF policies? So it's more about optimizing it, and it's an ongoing effort. Optimization continues to happen. So it's more about optimization. I'll share some references on the best practices around Azure WAF configuration, and then some common use cases that most of the customers face, and how do you troubleshoot it?
Yeah, yeah, that is the main point. Like because when I'm searching on web, so I'm not getting the repository. Like if any rule got triggered, what are the remediation
Ah,
steps needs to be taken? So that part I'm just trying to understand. If you have anything, it will be helpful.
yeah. So I'll share that part with you, huh? All
Okay,
right.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Rahul.
Hi Raghu, the training was very excellent. And before training, I don't have that much knowledge regarding the implementation part. But now
Uh-huh.
I am but much sure that I have now knowledge regarding the implementation. So my requirement is that do you have any documentation regarding a KQL language as a use case creation perspective
Yeah,
for
I have a
Sentinel?
lot of. You know, I'll share my repository. As I said, I have put together a document over the last couple of years, which contains most common use cases of same and a KQL against that use case. So I'll share that KQL with you. This will be more than enough that you are asking for, right?
Yes, yes.
And you can
And
use that
one
to
question.
configure it. Hmm.
Yes. One question is regarding archive of logs. So how many days the data will be archived and what is in which format? Is there any format that data will be stored in that folder?
You meant to say you're asking that what is the default archive duration for Sentinel?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. And
Uh,
is there any
mhm.
specific format that data will be stored in that archive section?
Right. So the answer is here. As you now, this is for everyone. As I said, the question is for everyone. So when it comes to the Sentinel, Sentinel is nothing but an analysis engine. right? Now Sentinel feeds on logs that comes from Log Analytics Workspace. So your repository of logs is Log Analytics Workspace. So if you want to understand the archiving part or for how long the logs will stay in Log Analytics Workspace, post which they will get migrated to probably a low cost storage or an archive storage, that answer lies here. That answer lies, you navigate to that Log Analytics Workspace, and then you go to usage and estimated cost. There you have this data retention field. Over here, the answer is. So you can see here, right now, the current configuration is that I'm storing logs for 30 days here in Log Analytics Workspace. And after 30 days, those logs will get deleted. So what I will do, if I want to store the logs for a longer duration, the maximum that I can store here is for 730 days, which is 2 years. After 2 years, they will get deleted. So if I want to store logs beyond 2 years, then, then there is a solution with the name, which is known as Azure Data Explorer, which is here. So this is in Microsoft OEM documentation. As as I work with Microsoft day in, day out, so I have access to certain documentations which is not available on public domain. So this is the solution, which is Azure Data Explorer. And here you can see that in Azure Sentinel, the maximum retention is 2 years. But in Azure Data Explorer, it is unlimited. And for Azure Storage, it is 99 years. Now, the benefit of this approach, the one in the middle, is that if you store the logs in Azure Storage, you can't run KQL queries on those logs. You will need to bring those logs back into Sentinel. Then only you can get them analyzed, or you can get some intelligence. But when you store logs in Azure Data Explorer, you can directly run KQL query. It is like getting an analysis from your archive data. So Azure Data Explorer is the solution. So the answer of your question is the maximum duration is 2 years, but then the customer configures it. Customer can customize it anywhere from a minimum of 30 days to 2 years. And beyond 2 years, it is the two solutions, whether it is Azure Data Explorer or Azure Storage, depending on what your requirements are. Make sense?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Now, this is for Sentinel. Similarly, for any other Microsoft solution, like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint and other solution, the same concept goes. In the solution itself, you will have a setting wherein you can decide, wherein you can see, for example, it is 6 months for most of the solution default duration. Beyond 6 months, you will need to have solutions like this. Either you ingest them into Storage Explorer, Data Explorer, or you stream them to a third-party solution also using Event Hub. So that's the answer to your question. Any other question that you may have?
No, thank you.
All right. Let's move on. Ravi. Ravi, are you there? Okay, he is not there in the session. It's okay. Ravindranath. Ravindra, are you there? Is Ravindra also not there in the session? Okay, he's also not there in the session. Sai, Narendra. Sai, are you
Hi,
there?
Raghuveer. Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, Sai.
Yeah, firstly, thank you for your session. And main motive for I'm registering this session is to I said this in our initial session as well. And I didn't work on MDE before, and there is a recent handover is happening from the client, and I need to work on the MDE from next week itself. So now I got the clarity on the MDE, along with the I am got the more knowledge on the configuration part of the Sentinel as well. That's an additional package for me. Thank you for that.
Yeah, great. I'll share some additional documents for Microsoft Defender for Endpoint that will also give you more insights from the design, architecture, and configuration perspective, from use cases perspective, from deployment method perspective. For example, we did use script-based method to onboard endpoints because we have 4 or 5 endpoints. But when you have thousands of endpoints which are distributed across multiple geographies, multiple data centers, what should be the most appropriate method to onboard endpoints into Defender for Endpoint? I will share documentation that contains all the information, comparison, correlation, and limitations also. That which
Thank you.
which option is better than the other one and what are the limitations. So that will give you more insights into this product. Okay.
And same as the Kunal asked, but I need to handle the email and collaboration part as well from the client handover.
Yeah.
So it will be useful if you share the any documents, and if we have the time on, then we have the. Can you give the quick overview about the email and collaboration on Monday session as well?
Sure, I'll see.
If possible. Yeah.
I'll see. That's the reason I'm seeking inputs today so that I can prioritize what needs to be done. Okay, so it is not that I will be sharing these documents with who actually asked for. No, this is where I will be creating a folder, dumping all of this in that folder, and sharing the folder URL with all of you so that it will be available for everyone. So if Kunal has already asked for it, which means you will also receive it. Great. Moving on. Roshni.
Yeah, hi Raghuveer.
Roshni, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, am I audible?
You are, absolutely. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. Your session was actually very good, very informative, and all the lab sessions we had access. So that was also very good. Since I was working till now only on the SOC monitoring part, this was a very good knowledge for me, and this implementation configuration part. So it was actually very good. I hope I'll get an opportunity soon to work on these parts. I mean, some project.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm saying it all depends. You're ready now. You can go back. You can approach your management and say that I've got some knowledge around these solutions. Probably they can put you in one of the project where these solutions are being used, and then you can learn more. See what happens in training sessions. You understand or you get introduced to a technology and you also learn it. But if you don't get an opportunity to implement or or utilize that learning in the long run, you tend to forget it. With the passage of time, you will probably forget everything that you have learned in the last 15 days. The only way you can retain this information and make good use of it to continue practicing it. So continue with your lab environment, practice it once in a while so that the concepts will remain fresh in your mind, and simultaneously, speak to your management and see if you can be given some additional responsibilities to support these products that will also go well in the long run for both your employer and yourself, because you don't want to work with the same team, with the same people, with the same technology all the time. As a human being, we get bored. So we always need to expand our horizon, explore new places, new things, learn new technologies, and that keeps us moving throughout our life. So this is an opportunity for you to take the first step and let your management cooperate in that and give you larger responsibilities.
Yeah, sure. That's correct, whatever you have said. Yeah, thank you for the session. Yeah.
Let's move on. Sachin.
Hi, Raghuveer. So as everybody is expressing, Raghuveer, this was fantastic session. Thanks a lot. I personally had a lot of confusion between the different product suites of Microsoft. I have completed certain certifications, but this basic understanding of what falls into the XDR product suite, what is M365, how Azure, the Entra ID is controlling the identities across all these suites, and also I think you clarified it a lot. Now we know the difference and where exactly to go for finding out the right information. And those 6-7 URLs that we had been handling for past few days now, the security.microsoft.com and portal and Intune and all. So now I could put the things in places, right? This is where you do what and all. So it's a fantastic.
So you were able to connect the dots actually. This is the
100%.
confusion with most of the professionals. They sometimes find Microsoft bit, descriptive, because when when you need to manage things at multiple URLs, and then it becomes difficult sometimes. So to be honest, Microsoft is trying to consolidate this experience, and I would not say that there will be
Yeah.
one URL in future searching, but they are trying to reduce it. So that myaccess.microsoft.com, teams.microsoft, intune.microsoft, and other solutions that they have, they're trying to consolidate things into one. And that is the reason you see on security.microsoft.com multiple products listed now. There was a
Yes.
time a couple of years ago, these all products had their own URL. And then that is where you are either working with one or other. But today they are
True.
trying to consolidate. And the best part is you also get an opportunity to learn from the same URL, other products also, and the integration opportunities also. With Defender for XDR as a new offering from Microsoft, wherein they consolidated 4 or 5 products together, wherein you must have noticed in the session that the same finding was available, same incident alert finding was
Hmm.
available across all the portals. So
Right.
it gives you an opportunity to work with one portal and manage things efficiently that was not possible in the past. So Microsoft is on the right way, and that's what makes Microsoft, I would say, probably the number one or number second company on this planet when it comes to user friendliness, when it comes to their UI and the products that they do. I don't work with Microsoft anymore. I don't get any sponsorship from Microsoft for anything that I do to promote their products and services. But I personally feel that yes, if there is one company that has products and solutions that meets expectations of business, or that are easy to learn and understand, their UI is more user friendly, it is Microsoft. You start with AWS, then you realize the point that I'm trying to make here, that how difficult it is. And then that's the reason this thought came, because so this morning, so next week I'm traveling to Bangalore to deliver training on AWS AppStream and Workspace, which is a desktop and application virtualization services from AWS Cloud, similar to what we have in Azure in the name of remote desktop services and Azure Virtual Desktop. Now, configuring the same technology in Azure is, it hardly takes, let's say, 30 to 45 minutes. But when you do the same thing in AWS, it takes a couple of hours because it's a different beast altogether. It works, it is a bit complicated. And that's where this thought came that I had Dave struggling with one configuration, which almost took him 2 hours. And then I could understand the root cause behind it, and I fixed it within 2 minutes. But then he said, uh, I'm saying on your channel, there's a video that shows that how do we promote a server to a domain controller in Azure versus how we do it in AWS is totally different, because he could see there was 6, 7 additional steps. So he said, sir, can we put a video wherein in one video you show that how do we synchronize identities, on-premises identities with Azure using Microsoft Entra ID, with AWS using AD connector, with Google Cloud using Microsoft Google Cloud Directory Service. So that's where I got the thought that yes, this is a good idea. Let's just work on this idea that will help my learners, and it will also help me in my trainings, wherein similar to what I did in this training, wherein some participants probably lacked fundamental knowledge of Azure, they lacked administration knowledge of Azure. I was sharing the videos from my channel that they watched, and the subsequent day when they came, they had some basic information, and they were able to keep pace with the training, they were able to provision the services, and they understood the concept. So that's the same thing that I'm trying to do, which is what Microsoft is also doing by consolidating things, by putting information on one channel so that it meets your expectation. But yes, nevertheless, thank you so much for your feedback, and look
100%.
forward to connecting with you in future also.
100%. But you like, you hinted towards my next question. So let me first finish that, this training has really helped to put the
Yeah.
things in places. Now we
Yeah.
know what we are talking about, what someone, because I have attended several trainings. A couple of weeks back, we were in Microsoft office in Mumbai, where
Yeah.
we interacted with their pre-sales team also, and how we can create the value propositions for our customers who are already using Microsoft services, right? But
Sure.
now
Mhm.
I know the things very, very well. The next question is what you hinted now, that you are master of all the leading GCP, the cloud service providers, right? So how do you keep tab of the things? Because for us to keep that pace with Microsoft's terminology is a little bit of hectic right now. How do you really keep tab of everything that is happening in these leading cloud service providers, and take the sessions almost concurrently with such a
Yeah.
perfection?
So to be honest, see, as I said, 5 years ago, when I was working for somebody, for my employer, I was limited to one or two technologies only, because the when you grow in the organization, you get more responsibilities that sometimes do not give you enough time to learn new things, and also keep pace with what you already know, or keep yourself up to date with the technology that you have been working for years. That's what the drawback of, sometimes it is the drawback. Now, the benefit that I got in this domain, as I said, I'm traveling to Bangalore for a different training altogether. Now, since I know Microsoft Azure Virtual Desktop product, learning AWS AppStream and web services was not a big deal for me. I only needed to understand the conceptual differences, a service nomenclature, the configuration part. That was the only thing that I needed to learn. And that is where the
Mhm.
learning continues. So I've been somebody right from day one, who continues to learn. So even today, over the weekend when I'm not working, I will see what technologies are coming up, and then I learn about those technologies. I have labs available for almost all the technologies. So I practice in the lab so that I keep myself grounded all the time. And I do not only talk about that technology, I can actually build and implement it from scratch. So that's how I continue. Now, what I suggest you to do, the best part is that you should spare at least an hour. I would not say every day, that may not be possible, but let's say a couple of hours every week, a minimum of 2 hours every week, you need to invest in your learning, wherein you can subscribe to technical journals, you can subscribe to these cloud events, so that you get a notification whenever there's a webinar or event is happening. You attend those events. uh, Try and implement the knowledge that you acquire by building some labs, by suggesting that in your current project, and see if you can have that technology implemented. So that's the only way possible. Now, I'm not an expert, I'm just a practitioner, which means I do not know every technology that happens on this planet, but I know many of them, I would say, and I have good comfort level with those technologies that I talk about. So if you say that, do I know Oracle Cloud? Do I know Alibaba? Do I know any other cloud? I probably know something of it. But when it comes to the three leading cloud service providers, I know almost everything of it. So whatever I do in one cloud, I can do the same in other cloud also. And it all comes by practice. Because I started with Azure in 2010, that when it got launched, AWS happened to me 2 years after, and Google happened to me right when it was introduced in India. So since I've spent a couple of years with these technologies, that is the reason today I've got a good comfort level that I can talk about these technologies effectively and manage them as and when I get an opportunity. I'll be right back. Right. So the same suggestion I'll give it to you, that please go ahead and continue with your learning journey. See whatever you learn, if there is a possibility to implement it, because that way you will be able to retain that knowledge for a long time. And rest, please keep in touch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just last question to close my point, time
Yeah.
here is, these three cloud service provider leaders right now, and being in the service industry, we are always asked to compare the products,
Absolutely.
right before, even if the customer has made their mind, but they want some expert opinion from our side.
Mm-hmm.
So would
Mm-hmm.
there be any 5, 10 top scenarios or consideration where which cloud service provider fits in, from your experience perspective, that
Yep.
let us say 15 pointers where Azure is the best fit for this particular industry, this particular size, Google fits in somewhere else. So is there anything that we can refer to start?
I'll share some URLs with you right away. So you can just go through these URLs. Here you will see the comparison of these products and the across industry vertical also. So Azure for GCP. So you will see from the service provider itself the comparison, which also helps you to learn these services real quick, which is professional. So there was one for yeah. Yeah, over here. So Azure for GCP professionals, Azure for AWS professionals, and then there is one on GCP also. I'll share it. I'll just make a note of it. I'll share that URL that will give you comparison across multiple cloud.
Perfect. Perfect.
And then
Thank
I will
you.
not share any third party information. Third party, you already have it available, getting circulated on LinkedIn also sometimes, but the information sometimes is not accurate and up to date. So I'll share the OEM, documentations and URLs that gives you information around it. And then also some internal documentation that I created, wherein I can talk about that for this industry vertical, this cloud makes more sense because they have got services which are primarily needed, let's say for manufacturing. What cloud has more services that caters to manufacturing business rather rather another cloud which is more inclined towards a banking services. So I have that documentation. I'll share it with you.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's
Thanks.
from Gartner actually. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghuveer.
Moving on, Sagar.
Yeah, hi Raghuveer.
Yes, Sagar.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the session. Actually, currently I am part of a SOC monitoring team. So we are doing a lot on only on investigation part. So this is our first experience to work on the configurations. So this is overall a very great experience for me. So I am very much confident now. So I am able to handle a few of the things in the admin part as well. So actually your session was very interactive and you never deny to answer any question, whether we will ask in the middle, at the end, your approach will be the same. That will be the great thing that I observe and that I want to appreciate. As I said, I am part of SOC monitoring team. So currently we are receiving few of the alerts in Defender and Cloud App Security. So few of them are Defender for Cloud App Alert, and few are for ADFS DKM key read. Such kind of alerts we will receive. So if we have any standard investigation steps that will help us to deep drive our investigation, so that will be helpful for us.
Sagar, to be honest, there is no standard here. It all comes. So what we say in troubleshooting, it should be linear and logical. You need to follow that approach while you troubleshooting and an incident. However, what enables you to troubleshoot it effectively is the good understanding of the UI. So now that you have this will help you, from now on, because see, earlier you were just troubleshooting. Now you also know that what happens behind the scene, how this is configured. So you will probably be able to figure out what is not working right where, or what could be the gap or a leak that may have, may be responsible for this specific configuration error. So this knowledge will help you. So you can probably collaborate more effectively with admins now, and you can tell that if this is not working right, this is probably it has gone, it has been misconfigured. Let's fix it from there. And that's what I exactly said on day one, that this training is more about understanding what happens behind the scene, because you are more of a consumer of these products and technologies, and I will be covering the design and architecture and configuration aspects of these technologies. So that will be a great combination of information that today you understand. So when so now you know that when there is an IP or a URL or an application is blocked, where exactly the admin has configured that setting. So if things are not working right, if you get an incident wherein an application was not blocked, you will know that where exactly the configuration may have gone wrong. So if given an opportunity, you will move on to the next level in your career, wherein you will start to deal with these products from admin perspective, and you will start to configure them from administration perspective, right? The day you move to the other side of the world, you get into consulting, and that's where you get an opportunity to explore the world, meet new customers, work with multiple industry verticals, and take your career to the next height.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah. And
So
also,
in
I would
some
like to
companies, we
know.
call them practice team, center of excellence. That's what you should look forward to.
Right, right. Currently, we are doing only monitoring, means investigation part we are doing.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
and I would like to know after this training, which certification will be the right approach to do?
Okay. So I'll make it a note. I will cover that part. This is, I believe, is for everyone. Certification. Because Microsoft has more than 50 certifications. So obviously you need to know the right certification that covers it. That's
Right.
another dilemma. I'm saying with AWS, there are only 11 certifications. Google has 12. That's it. Microsoft has more than 50 certifications. In fact, in cybersecurity itself, there are 8 certifications. So I will cover that. I will talk about that probably on Monday, the last day of the training, that what certification you can target and how you can do those certifications for free without even spending a single penny from your pocket, or without probably requesting your management to reimburse you for the cost of certification. I'll share that, share that knowledge with you also.
Yeah, that will be great help. And last point, I think that is already covered by most of my colleagues regarding documentation part. But specific to threat hunting and KQL query, I would like to learn from basics.
Yep. So I'll share some documentation. KQL I've already shared. Threat hunting best practices, I have a documentation. I have some documentation that I will share on threat hunting part.
Yeah.
Threat
Thank you,
hunting best
Raghuveer.
practices.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Thank you so much. That's it from my side.
Yeah. Sai Prashant. Sai, are you there? Sai is, yes, Sai it seems not there in the session. That's okay. Srinath.
Hi Raghuveer. Its training is more informative because I'm previously worked on Active Directory and Azure AD in the Azure AD, and as well as now in MD. What you are telling, proactive and reactive, both the part I working on that already. But in my project, we are the final persons. More than us, nobody is there. We need to take a call every time. From that perspective, sometime we are in the confusions, but we need more knowledge on this MDE and Azure part. So I got now I can tell I can take the decisions in some time. I have 3 points. I write it down here. Can we run whatever there in the Sentinel KQL query when you were shared yesterday? Can we run it in Defender Advanced Hunting? Advanced hunting option also. So can we run that KQL queries?
No. So see, KQL is the query language that we use across Microsoft products. But when you run that's the same query in Defender, how will you get the information? Because Defender for endpoint is not reading logs from log analytics workspace. So your query is more, I'm saying, towards log analytics workspace, reading logs from log analytics workspace. If you want to run query for Defender, you will need to modify the query actually. That's the point.
That only with
same, yes,
some
the
small
language is same,
modification.
the query is same. You're right. The logic will remain the same. It's like syntax. The syntax and libraries will remain the same. You just need to modify your query to make it more aligned towards Defender for endpoint or any Defender product.
Okay, that one question, and I need some real-time troubleshooting documents if you have any issues related to Azure portal and Defender, and as well as the Azure Entra ID. It will be more informative. Real, you said in that training part, I have documented some 100 plus issues, how to resolve it, like that and all. That if you share that document, it will be more helpful for us.
I will share some of them.
Yeah. And one more thing related to cloud app security. If you explore some more options and related to cloud apps, it will be helpful in the future also, because we are in the coming days, we are lot of vulnerabilities related in some of the cyber defense. They're sharing a lot of applications related to remote. Sometime, how can we tackle on that? It will be more effective to explore on cloud application security.
Sure.
And
So I will try to spend some time on cloud app, cloud app security solution probably on Monday.
Okay. And one more thing, anytime we started studying on cloud security, other than whatever is cyber or cloud security, I don't know what is the roadmap for cloud, from where I need to start, from where I need to end. If you have any roadmap to concentrate, yeah, we can going from blindly. We can go. We need to learn this. Yeah, we can watch this video. We can learn this, and we can watch this video. We don't have a roadmap how to go from started to end. We need that to learn the cloud security roadmap and to concentrate on more that on cloud security topics. It will be helpful for me also, and who are started from the beginners also.
Absolutely.
Yes, that was
so
more
I'll talk about
important
that
point
roadmap.
actually.
In fact, yeah. So please, all of you, please understand this carefully, this part. So I'll share an example. Last night, I took an interview after the training session got over. I stayed back in the office and Session 30 joined the interview. This candidate been working with, I'm saying this candidate has been working in Microsoft technologies for the last 5 years, 5.5 years. He worked with Microsoft Azure. The total experience was 9 years, and the 4 years in the initial days of his career, he was working with financial technologies, which I did not understand much. My focus was more on evaluating the candidate on Azure because I was helping a customer to hire an Azure L2 person. So when I started to interact with the candidate, I could understand that the candidate knows what he does, but he doesn't understand the building blocks of it or basics of it, right? He doesn't understand the integration part of it. He doesn't understand the dependencies on other services, right? So which means that the knowledge was half-baked. It was not comprehensive knowledge. Now, with that knowledge, the candidate will not qualify to become a consultant. See, a consultant is somebody who has depth of knowledge around a couple of technologies and breadth of knowledge around almost everything that exists in technologies, so that you can communicate effectively. Then you become an architect, and probably sometimes you become a techno manager, and you have to be more technical than your team members, right? So when it comes to cloud security roadmap, what you need to understand is cloud security domains first, right? So first you need to have an understanding of cloud security domains. Now, cloud security is a subset of information security. So cloud security, this word cloud security, this existed in the last 10 years, but it did not exist in 90s or 2000s, early 2000, when technology boom was evolving. At that point in time, it used to be infosec, information security. So cloud security is a subset of information security. Now, information security has 9 domains, 9 universal domains which are there in information security. What happens in cloud security? The physical security and the additional 2 domains, they are not part of cloud security. Then cloud security has its own domains. So this is what I do when I do a cloud security configuration assessment for my customers. I do it basis on these domains. For example, it all starts with identity and access management, right? Then the second domain is perimeter and network protection. The third domain is information and data security. The next domain is AppSec and DevSecOps. Then you have a domain which is logging, monitoring, and auditing. Then the last one is governance, GRC, which we call it, governance, risk, and compliance. Now, these are the domains of cloud security. So what basically happens when you want to understand the roadmap, you will need to start with any of these domains. When you start with any of these domains, then you have subdomains also. So within identity and access management, there are multiple subdomains. For example, you have a domain which is known as privileged access management. And in that domain, you have tools like CyberArk, SailPoint, Okta, ForgeRock, and then you also have your Microsoft Entra ID, right? Within identity and access management. Then you have another domain, which is identity lifecycle management. In this, you will have a domain from the governance perspective, solutions that manages the governance of identity and access management, which is cloud identity and entitlement management. So you have solutions also here. Within the identity lifecycle management, you also have solutions. I'm saying you also have domains like SSO, ADFS, right? These are the domains. MFA, uh, you know. So these are the domains.
SPR.
So basically, what happens for each domain, there are technologies. Now for SSO, there are multiple technologies. For ADFS, there are multiple technologies. MFA, there's multiple technologies. Now you also have a domain which is CASB, which is also part of part of identity and access management, because this is where you manage. It is known as cloud access security broker. So you basically manage cloud applications, and that is where you have solutions like Zscaler is a solution. So you already have ZIA solution. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that first you need to understand all the cloud security domains.
Your voice is breaking, Raghu. Hello.
You will fall in one of these domains. And
Your
then what
voice
you
is
need to do, you
breaking.
need to expand your horizon also.
Raghu, your voice is
Okay, let
breaking.
me.
From Caspi, we didn't listen anything.
Okay, I'm just closing my camera, turning off my camera to save some bandwidth. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that you have multiple domains when it comes to a domain, multiple subdomains, and then with each subdomain, you have multiple solutions which exist in that subdomain. So you need to start from somewhere, and you need to stick to a domain. Don't just try to learn everything that comes your way. If you do that, then you will reach nowhere. You got to be an expert or an SME on one domain. So pick up any domain. You say that I want to focus more on identity and access management, then learns the tips and tricks of identity and access management. If you want to focus more on information and perimeter security, then you will have also solutions here. I'm saying for information and perimeter security, learn about next gen firewalls, right? Learn about CDN solutions, learn about DOS, DDoS solutions, learn about IPS, IDS solutions, learn about CD. I'm say learn about in perimeter and network protection. Uh, Learn about switching and routing. So these are the things that you need to do. So this is what your roadmap should be, because each domain has subdomains, and obviously you cannot learn everything. And if you try to learn everything at the same time, then you will fall behind. So you need to make your presence felt in the industry, and you will need to tell that this is the domain that I specialize in. Once you specialize in a domain, then move on to the other domain. So when it comes to information and data protection, you will need to learn about data governance. You will need to learn about DLP. You will need to learn about encryption. You will need to learn about multiple data security technologies like tokenization, masking, and anonymization. And these are, so whatever technology I'm writing, there are multiple solutions around it. So when I say DLP, you know that there are multiple vendors. Encryption, there are multiple vendors. These technologies, they have multiple vendors. So this is what you need to do. And if you want to get into this domain, then you probably need to come from programming background. That's where you will understand applications more, because you will be able to protect them at the code level. So you will need to understand, I'm saying you should probably come from DevOps background, coding background, or probably QA background. Then you will understand. And then there are solutions Azure has DevOps services, AWS has it, Google has it. You have third-party solutions like GitLab. You have other solutions. So that's what you need to do. Then I know that some people, what they do, they are more into logging, monitoring, and auditing, and they are more into NOC and SOC, wherein they work with solutions like I'm saying all of these solutions: Splunk, QRadar, Sentinel, MDE, multiple solutions. So you can be in this domain also, wherein you primarily manage the logging, monitoring, and auditing services. You're part of an audit team. Then comes governance, risk, and compliance. This is another domain wherein this is more about policy making. So you make security policies. So this is policy making domain. Policy making, policy implementation, policy optimization. So people who are in GRC domain, that's what they do. They collaborate with various teams. They create security policies, security tenants, and then they are responsible to get them implemented across the organization. And once the implementation is complete, they're responsible to make sure that they are optimized, with optimized on from time to time. So there will be multiple. When I say policy making, then it involves almost everything, because you will make policies for IAM, perimeter, for network, for data, for applications, for logging, monitoring, and auditing. So I'm saying if I want, I can keep double clicking on this document, and I can continue to talk for another 1 hour on this. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that this is a complicated terminology. And if you want to simplify it, just pick up any one domain and get almost all the information there. I'm saying don't just stick yourself to one solution. Let's say you say that I work with CyberArk, I've been working with CyberArk. It is just one solution. What is the point of spending your lifetime on one product? Try and understand the technology and probably be a PAM expert, so that you can help organizations to secure their critical systems, secure their critical identities, and have the global PAM implemented for them, which is a combination of multiple solutions. Or you're somebody who help organizations to put forward a process around identity lifecycle management, so that you can reduce the security misconfigurations and identity related security incidents effectively. So this is your roadmap. So this is what you need to do. Just pick up one of these technology and start, and then learn everything around that technology. Do not just learn something of everything. I'm saying it should not happen that you know something of PAM, something here, something here, something in the other domain. That will not take you anywhere. If you really want to grow, this is what you need to do. And then once you become, once you have 10, 15 years of experience, once you are at architect level, then you will almost need to know everything. So that's what you need to do. This is how I can simply put it, so that it makes more sense to you, right? And then the most important thing is cloud. When you learn all of this, keep cloud in mind. Don't learn it from on-premises perspective. That will not take you anywhere. Cloud is here to stay. Learn it from cloud perspective. And these days we are talking about a lot around AI ML. So learn about AI ML also. If not, learn about ChatGPT. See how ChatGPT can help can help your day-to-day job role and responsibility, how it can help you become more effective. Don't just 100% depend on it, but try and learn something of it also. So learn AI ML. This will help you in the long run also. For example, am I audible, guys?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So I give you a quick example of it. I'm not a programmer by heart, or I left programming a long time back. But in my trainings, in my service specific trainings, there are times when I need to write a script, need to write a program. So to spend a lot of time figuring out the solution, I typically go to OpenAI, ChatGPT, and I put an appropriate prompt. So you need to learn prompt engineering first, that how to put the right prompt to get the right and accurate, I would not say 100%, but up to certain extent, accurate information. So today it helps me a lot. If I want to write a script, let's say I want to write a script to onboard, to deploy web services into a Linux machine, and then deploy a sample website that says hello world. If I want to figure it myself, it will take a lot of time. But on ChatGPT, it hardly takes a minute and I get the script and I can quickly test it whether it is working as expected. Now, when I have vendors approaching me and asking, do you deliver training on a technology? And I say yes, then they say, can you share us the TOC? Earlier, I would spend hours putting together the TOC in a spreadsheet. Today, I just go to ChatGPT and I get a tip. I get a high-level TOC generated by ChatGPT that I share with the vendor. And then, if they want to proceed further with the discussion, if the client really wants to proceed further, then only I spend my time and energy. Earlier, I would just spend 2-3 hours putting efforts on something where there is no guarantee that it will materialize in the long run. So this is how it is helping me to be more efficient. So you should also think of ways wherein these technologies can help you, uh, can actually help you make, do more productive work in an efficient manner. It is all about approach. Nobody's bothered about the number of hours that you have invested into building a solution. People are more interested into the solution and whether that solution meets their objective or not. That's what your client are more interested in. So you resolve an incident, and if it takes you if you stay awake the entire night to resolve an incident, and in the morning you resolve it, your client will just say that great, you did that. They will not appreciate you that you spent the entire night because they don't bother about that effort. So try and reduce those efforts, and this technology can help you. So learn about this, learn about the impact of AI ML in cybersecurity, how it is changing the cybersecurity as we did 10 years ago versus how we do today. So how AI ML is affecting that. That is what you need to learn. Hope that answers your question, guys. Other than this, I have a documentation on cloud security roadmap that I will also share it with you. Srinath, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Uttara Kumar, are you there?
Yeah, hey Raghu, many thanks for your the trainings that you delivered, and from the deployment perspective, it was very helpful for me because I worked on most of the products, but I haven't not involved in the deployment. But I have got an opportunity to work on. But now I got the clear picture to plan for the deployment. How do we present the use cases with the customer for Azure Sentinel? It was very useful in terms of because I was into Defender Cloud customers implementing. They started implementing a week ago. Then I literally went through the settings in the customer environment. I was able to correlate the things that you explained to me. It was very helpful because that would going to help me a lot. Wherein, see, as you said, only if we have a keep hands-on experience or keep doing same things again and again, we'll gain in-depth knowledge. That is going to help you a lot. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. And I have a question not related to the topics that we're discussing, but however it's related to security. As you said, AI is another field. It's booming in the security area. Microsoft has also introduced the Microsoft Copilot. So would you be able to give us some benefits or how we can leverage because we have an integration available within Defender portal itself. If you could give us some suggestions or advice how we can leverage, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for your kind words, Uttara Kumar. So I will keep you posted. I will be, delivering a webinar on Copilot integration with various Microsoft security products. Probably, in mid of July. The dates are not sure. Microsoft, so that webinar is from Microsoft itself. So Microsoft is currently working on the schedule. I will share that webinar details wherein you will get to know that how Copilot is changing the way we used Microsoft security solutions in the past, or how Copilot integrates open AI technologies, because Copilot is nothing but AI ML driven, technology which integrates with open AI and which I'm say Copilot is available for most of the Microsoft security products. So I will share that information in that. And in the interim, I'll share some documents on Copilot that I have received from Microsoft that will help enhance your knowledge around Copilot and its integration with various Microsoft security solutions. Right?
Thank you, Ram.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for your kind words collectively. Now we'll take a break first, then I will explain. Okay, I've started the session recording once again. Now we are configuring attack surface reduction rules or attack surface reduction policies. And as I said, we can configure these policies both from security portal, which is security.microsoft.com. If you want to configure it here in security portal, you need to navigate to endpoints. And under endpoints, there is an option with the name configuration management. When you expand that option, you see endpoint security policies. Click on it. It will show you all the policies that you have configured. It will show you all the policies that you have configured. Plus, you can also create new policies. So when you click on new policy, you will choose the platform and then you will choose a template and you will see the template as attack surface reduction rules. So this is the template that we need to configure. However, I would suggest you to configure it from Intune because from Intune, it can be configured easily and it will contain some additional capabilities also. And as I said, when it comes to the endpoint security, because endpoints also includes mobile devices, it includes PDA also, portable desktop assistance. So I would rather suggest you to configure everything from Intune so that you also see the Intune capabilities. So when we want to configure it from Intune portal, we'll click on endpoint security on the main dashboard. Then we navigate under manage endpoint. Under manage, it says attack surface reduction. So we click on attack surface reduction and then we click on create policy. So the same process, you will need to select the platform. So I will select Windows 10, 11 and Windows Server. Then I need to select a rule. So you need to select whether you want to create, what are you creating, whether you're creating a device control policy or an attack surface reduction rule. So I select attack surface reduction rule. Now read this, it says attack surface reduction rules target behaviors that malware and malicious apps typically use to infect computers, including executable files and scripts used in Office apps or webmail that attempt to download or run a file, obfuscated and otherwise suspicious scripts behaviors that apps do not usually initiate during normal day-to-day work. So this feature is very important, and this feature is also special to Microsoft Defender, which is typically not available in other products like CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, and other products that I work with. This is special to Microsoft Defender. So let's configure this feature. So we'll hit create, and then you will see a lot of policies. First, you will need to provide the basic information, which is the name of the profile. So I can say this is my ASR production policy. ASR stands for attack surface reduction production policy. I can put a description here. This ASR policy is applicable to all production endpoints. Later on, you can click next, and now you will see a lot of configurations, and this configuration will basically prevent a lot of things. Now, when I say that this is on the endpoint, it doesn't mean that it does not include emails. It also includes email security, because sometimes you receive executables in the email. And when you double click on those executables, that may result in a malware getting installed on your system. There could be a phishing email also, which looks like as if it comes from the OEM and you by mistake clicks on it and it also deploys a malware in your system. So attack surface reduction rule are basically for endpoints and all the applications, including email services that runs on that endpoint. So let's understand these rules. So first is Defender related rules, which is block Adobe Reader from creating child processes. Now, sometimes the Adobe softwares, when it gets infected or when it gets corrupted, it creates child processes. You try to open one file, it will open 20 other files. So you want to block that behavior. That's a typical behavior of a malware also. So I will say, yes, block it to create child processes. ASR only per rule exclusion. We'll not put any exclusion here. It says block process creation originating from PX and WMI commands. Now, what is WMI? WMI stands for Windows Management Instrumentation. WMI is a very critical service. I'll show you. This is the service that I'm talking about, which is Windows Management Instrumentation. This is the service. Now, if you look carefully, I have not enabled this service for public and private network. This service. This is very critical service. The criticality of this service is that if somebody has access, if a malware can compromise WMI, then with that malware, it can spread to any system in the network, because it has, and it can, and this only affects Windows. So it's a vulnerability for Windows also. So if WMI is compromised, then hackers can remotely execute scripts on your system. They can connect remotely to your system, and they can perform any administrative activity on your system remotely. So it's a critical service, and firewall by default block any WMI related instances. So anything that is executed using WMI, firewall is by default configured to block that behavior. And that's exactly what is happening here. You can see WMI, there is no checkbox enabled here, and both the checkboxes are blank. So this WMI is not allowed through firewall. So that's the WMI service. So it says block execution of potentially scripts. So I will say yes. I will configure it. Yes, block. Then block execution of potentially obfuscated scripts. Yes, please block it, which basically means sometimes what happens, I'm say, so typically when we go to social networking websites or gaming websites, or the perfect example that I can give you is IRCTC website. If you have ever done train tickets booking on IRCTC, you must have realized that it has a lot of ads. Almost everywhere there are ads. And while you're trying to book the ticket, you are actually acting as a savior who is more concerned about clicking on the right option to book the ticket rather clicking on an ad, because it shows a lot of ads on all the pages where you're going for the payment. You think that you need to click here, but actually it's an adware. So it shows you a lot of ads, and behind those ads are nothing but scripts that runs. So when you click on any ad by mistake, a script is deployed on your browser, and that script, with whatever objective it was created, will deliver its job. And same happens on gaming websites, on betting websites, porn websites. You get a lot of scripts, and those scripts typically run on our system. And sometimes we intentionally click on it because we have no option to move further, and we actually want to go further. So what attack surface reduction rule does, it will block those scripts. So we are blocking it. Then block block persistence to WMI event. So I'm blocking this WMI also. Block Windows 32 API calls from Office macros. Now sometimes you have macros. Macros is a good thing. When it comes to Office, macros is good, but macros can easily be exploited. So when macros are exploited, it can exploit your email, it can exploit your Office applications. So we will also block it. Then block Office applications from creating executable content. Now, Office applications should not create executable content. For example, I can create a Word document and I can right click on it, save it as .exe. So it is creating the executable content. Or I can create a script and I can just change the file template, a file extension as .exe. So it will block that behavior. It will not allow Office applications to create executable contents, which hackers typically exploit. Block credentials stealing from the Windows Local Security Authority system. This is another critical area that you need to prevent. This is an attack surface because in this, in Windows Local Service Authority subsystem, Windows NT system folder, you have credentials also. So your credentials are cached into that system. So it will block any application that tries to connect to this folder and tries to read the credentials or copy the credentials. You'll block it. Then preview. Block use of copied or impersonated system tools. This is another thing which is coming in preview, which is a great feature, wherein if you copy an application or a program from another system, or if you download it from sites like, let's say, Telegram. If you download something from Telegram or a cracked software or application, it will not allow you to install it. Why? Because when you crack a software or an application, it changes its hash and certificate value. So attack surface reduction is aware of it has a repository of certificate and and hash value of most of the applications. Now this, once again, this integrates with, when you enable this, the intelligence comes from AMCAS solution. So AMCAS has a cloud app catalog. That solution has a catalog of applications. More than 400,000 applications are there. So it basically knows the hash value and certificate and signature value of those applications. So whenever you try to install an application and it does not find the legitimate hash or certificate value, it will quickly go ahead and block it. So this way you can prevent your environment from, you can prevent users or administrators from putting in pirated or or copied applications. Then comes block executable files from running unless they meet a privilege age or trusted list criteria. This is another trick. So if you configure this policy, it will block the execution. It says the rule blocks the file types from launching unless they meet the criteria, that is a trusted list of an exclusion list, executable files like .exe, DLL or more. So we will block those files. Then block JavaScript or VB script from launching downloadable executable content. Now this is another thing. So sometimes what happens, I download a software from internet, and along with that software, 3 additional softwares are downloaded. Or within that software, they have a checkbox that I click, or that is by default clicked, and it installs 3 additional applications. So if you do this, then what it will do when you allow an application, let's say you're downloading VLC Media Player. Now, along with VLC Media Player, the moment you download and the moment you install it, it will generate a JavaScript or VB script that will download 2 additional softwares. This will prevent that behavior. Block Office communication applications from creating child processes. So you open one application, it opens 20 others. No, it is blocked. Block Office applications from injecting code into other processes. Now you have integration of Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and other applications together. So they will not be able to inject code in the other application. Block all Office applications from creating child process. Yes, block. Then comes preview. Block rebooting machines in safe mode. Now this is another thing, very important. See, if there is a ransomware that needs to take control of the system, it will try, what it will do, it will boot your machine in safe mode, or it will disable the UI of your machine. Now I don't know whether you have seen how it looks like in safe mode. In order to go into safe mode, you can reboot your system, press F8, keep tapping F8, and the system goes into safe mode, which means reduced UI and reduced functionality. And that's what malware and ransomware wants to do. They want to reduce your capability. They want to reduce the functionality of your system so that you have no option but to pay them to retain or regain that functionality. So that's what they do. So you want to, so this is a new setting which says in preview, which is a great setting. I was actually expecting this, setting in attack surface area reduction, because this helps prevent boot level viruses or spyware or ransomware from spreading into your network. So no endpoint will be, it will not allow any endpoint to reboot in safe mode. Now it doesn't mean that admin cannot do it. No, admin can also do it. Admin can always do it, but an application or an executable on your endpoint will not trigger the endpoint to reboot in safe mode. That's what it is all about. Block web shell creation for servers. Yes. Block untrusted and unassigned processes that run from USB. Now, another thing, nowadays, so I'm saying 30 to 40% of the malware that we get in our system that comes from removable devices. So what happens? You insert a USB drive, and that USB drive will quickly, run some unsigned or untrusted application into your system. That is nothing but a virus or a malware. So this will block it from happening. Now you have a multi-layer protection. The other day we created an antivirus policy that will not allow any removable or USB or storage device to execute anything on your system. And we have also blocked read and write. And with this in place, it is a dual layer of protection. No USB will be able to run any process. Now, even if you create an exception and allow a specific USB drive, a memory drive, or mass storage device to run on your system, with this setting in place, if that mass storage contains any untrusted or unsigned process, it will not run on your system. Next, used advanced protection against ransomware, which is great. So you will click on block. It will provide you advanced protection against ransomware. Block executable content from email client and webmail. This is another thing. So in your email, you have a button. You click on it and it executes something on the system. It executes and it triggers an execution. Or you already have an attachment in the email, which is nothing but an exe. You click on the attachment, it starts to execute. So this attack surface reduction rule will block that executable content from email client and webmail both. Email client means Outlook. Webmail means webmail.microsoft.com or any webmail solution. For example, this is my webmail solution. This is Hostinger. It's a webmail service that I can log in directly. So it will block any executable from webmail as well as email client. Then block abuse of exploited vulnerable signed devices. Sometimes you connect a hardware to your laptop, and if it is not signed, then it will block. So this is another setting. Attack surface reduction, only exclusion, leave it. Enable control folder access. Yes. Now what is this control folder access? It says the previous name was enable guard my folder. Yep, that's what I was thinking, that this is a new name. Change to enable control folder access. This policy enables setting the state on off audit for control folder access feature. The control folder access feature removes, modify, and delete permissions from untrusted applications to certain folders such as my document. So untrusted applications will not be able to modify these folders. So we will, yes, enable control folder access. Yes, we will enable it. Then control folder access protected folders. Here you will configure those folders that you want to configure for control folder access. So you can put the folder information here. You can import that information from in a CSV folder, or you can put it manually also here. Then control folder access allowed applications. You can also now inside a folder, if there are applications which have executables, and if you want to allow them, then you can put those information here. So these are the features that we have in the attack surface reduction rule, which is a great features. Then we click on next, scope tag, leave it, next assignment, and here I will add the group. that I want to assign it. So I'll say SOC is my production group that contains all my production servers. I add it, I click on next, and I hit create. So that's how we create an attack surface reduction rule or policy that has multiple capabilities that we have just gone through, and it provides a comprehensive ASR experience on our endpoints, on our systems and applications. Is everyone with me on this?
Yeah.
Yes.
So next time when you try to execute a file, which is there in my downloads, my documents, my pictures folder, and if it doesn't work, you will know that it is because of ASR rule. Next time when you try to execute a file directly from your email, and if it doesn't work, then you will know that it is because of ASR rule that I have configured. So those are the ASR rule. Next time when you attach a USB drive which contains a virus, but it doesn't spread to your system, it is because of ASR rule. So this is a great, great service from Microsoft Defender, or great capability from Microsoft Defender, which is typically not available in other solutions. And if it is available, then it is distributed, spread across multiple solutions, and not all the capabilities are available also. So this makes Microsoft Defender as a unique product. Any question on this?
Yes, Raghuveer. So basically, when we apply ASR rules, first we will be applying it in audit mode, right? And based on the deductions, then we will be moving to warn mode. Then, if there is no deductions, then we will be moving to block mode, right? In production.
Yeah, that's the right approach in the production environment. However, at some clients, they directly put it into the block mode. And the reason for it is what you're explaining is the linear and logical approach. However, it's a time consuming approach, because first you put it into the audit mode so that you can audit the behavior of it, whether it is actually being there in the system or not. Then you put it into the monitor mode. Then you finally put it into the block mode. So sometimes what happens, this exercise was already done, and now you exactly know what you want to block. So it's totally up to you. Your approach is also right if you go by the linear and logical approach, or we can directly have some of the ASR rules directly configured with block execution. For example, email attachment. Why would you want to monitor it? Why would you want to put it into the audit mode? You directly know from day one that I don't want emails to execute anything. I don't allow that in my environment. All the execution that will happen through software center, or that will done via admins. Only admins are allowed to run executables. No regular employee or user is allowed to do that. So it differs from environment to environment. It is like one size doesn't fit all. What I'm talking about is the common practice that happens across most of the customers. Make sense?
Yes, Raghuveer. I think the 3 new ASR rules have been bought by the Microsoft. I think that can be directly moved to block mode because that doesn't require
Absolutely.
deduction.
Absolutely. The one that says in preview, I think so that you can directly configure that as block.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so that's on the attack surface reduction part. Let's move on to the other one, which is endpoint detection and response. So in the endpoint detection and response, we can also create a couple of policies. So this is what we have done so far, guys. We have created anti-malware policies, antivirus policies, you can say. We have created device compliance policies, which includes device control policies also. We have created attack surface reduction policies. Now let's go and create endpoint detection response policies. So you all need to, this is also available in security portal. But as I say, when it comes to endpoint related configuration, always prefer Intune. So endpoint detection and response, we can select the operating system, select a profile. Now you can see what are these policies. It says Microsoft Defender for Endpoint EDR capabilities provide advanced attack detection that are near real time. Now, no software will ever say it's real time because there is nothing with the name real time exist in this world. Nothing is real time. There is always a lag. There is always some latency. Even if you watch a live show, there is a lag of a minimum of 5 to 10 milliseconds. So there is nothing real time. Security analyst can prioritize alerts effectively, gain visibility into the full scope of a breach, and take response actions to remediate threats. So we'll create the policies now. So let's create policies. So the same thing, you will click on basics first. So I'll say this is my EDR production policy. You put that here. Next. Now these are my policies. So you can see I have very limited things here, but let's see. So it says Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint client configuration package type. Now it says this detection and response capabilities provide advanced attack detections that are near real time and explainable. Security analysts can prioritize alerts effectively, gain visibility into the full scope of a breach, and take response actions to remediate threats. So I'll configure it. It says onboard auto from connector offboard. So I'll say auto from connector. So it will automatically configure your EDR package. Then sample sharing. It says return or set Windows Defender Advanced Threat Protection sample sharing configuration. 0 is none, 1 is all. So we'll enable this all, which is default deprecated. So this part is deprecated. Now it will automatically configure the connector and configure the advanced EDR policies. Scope tag, leave it. Next assignment. And here I can select my group, which contains all the members. Next and save it. So you can see connector is already enabled. So you just need to create the policy and rest it will do. So refresh. So this is endpoint detection and response policies that are created. Let me refresh my screen. Okay, it will appear in some time. All right, then you have account protection, some additional things that you can do here. So let's understand the account protection part also. So we'll select the devices. Now account protection is, you can see it is available for Windows 10 and later, which includes server also. Then you will select the options that how do you want to protect. It has added something else in preview. We'll go through it. It says local admin password solutions, which is Windows Labs or local user group password solution. So we'll go to local admin password solutions. It says it's a Windows feature that automatically manages and back up the password of a local admin account on your Azure Active Directory, which is Microsoft Entra now. So we'll create this policy, which is name account protection. Next. Now here we can put the information that, so by default it puts into a directory. You can configure the backup directory also. It says backup the password to Azure AD only, backup the password to Active Directory only, right? So what I typically suggest, if you're using Microsoft Defender for, if you're using Microsoft Entra ID, then you should always backup to Azure AD, the admin credentials, because your devices are getting authenticated through Azure AD. Password age days you can put for how long it will keep the password. You can configure the days. The default configuration goes 45 days to 60 days. Administrator account name you can configure here. The administrator account name. So I can say this is whatever is the account name that you use for administrator, you can configure. Password complexity of the account you can configure. So this will ensure that your administrator accounts are protected. So you can configure the password complexity for these accounts, which is, I would say, the last one, which is the most complex. Password length I can configure minimum of 15. post authentication action I can also configure. So after the authentication is done, after the user provides all of this correct, what is option? Reset password. It says upon expiry of the grace period, the managed account will be reset. Reset the password and log off the managed account, reset the password and reboot, or not configured. So this is what you can do. Then similarly, you can put the group here. For these group, it will be applicable. So this is how you configure the account protection capabilities. Then comes conditional access. Now, conditional access is something that I would rather suggest you to configure from Entra ID, because that is where you have more capabilities available. And that I've already covered, that how do we configure conditional access policies from there. Instead of configuring it from here, configure it into Entra ID, you will get more options there. It is just like giving some additional capabilities to a service so that user is not uh, moving across URLs or across portals to configure the capabilities. But the things that I would personally feel that have more capabilities, I would rather suggest you to configure it from there. Okay, then comes the disk encryption part. We can also configure disk encryption policies, which is we can select the platform. And obviously for disk encryption, Microsoft has native technology, which is BitLocker. So if you're using BitLocker, then only it makes sense to configure this policy. So we'll select BitLocker. It says BitLocker drive encryption is a data encryption feature that integrates with the operating system and addresses the threats of data theft or exposure from lost, stolen, or inappropriately decommissioned computers. Did you know you can view the encryption status of all managed devices in the encryption report? And this includes the status. So you just need to create this policy. Few things are self-explanatory in the system. So here you will need to configure the BitLocker required settings. So it says required device encryption. So you will configure that any device that joins your domain, that joins your network, yes, it will be configured. So disk encryption will be, device encryption will be configured using BitLocker. Allow warning for other encryption. So if your devices are using any other type of encryption, then it will warn you about it. Configure recovery password rotation. Now, BitLocker has a recovery password. Let's say, and probably it could be the case in your system also, that your systems are protected using BitLocker encryption, which means if you type your login password incorrect for a number of subsequent attempts, which is configured, whichever is configured in BitLocker, your system will be locked. And then you can only unlock it when you type the recovery code of the BitLocker. And that recovery code is maintained or retained by the admin. So admin will have access to the code. So you will need to go to admin and admin will provide you a recovery key. Then only you can recover access to your system. So that is for the protection of your data, protection of office data. So that's what it says, that configure recovery password rotation. So I'm configuring the recovery password rotation. It says refresh on for Azure AD devices and refresh on for both Azure AD joined and hybrid joined devices. So I will configure it for all my endpoints, whether they are joined by Azure AD, whether they are joined to on-premises AD. It is configured for everyone. So that's what it has. Then this is the template, that how do you want to, what version you want to use. So it says choose drive encryption method and cipher strength. So here we can choose the method, and here we can choose the device encryption or BitLocker encryption method and cipher strength. So typically what we go with AES Advanced Encryption System 256-bit, which is the latest. And say we can go with AES 256-bit for everyone, which is the latest. The default is 128, and provide the unique identifier for your organization. Here you can provide the unique identifier in the BitLocker identification field. So what happens? This information is not configured here. It is configured in BitLocker. So this is how you can configure the operating system. Then it says Windows component operating system drives. Now you have the drive encryption, which is for the entire laptop, I'm sorry, the hard drive of the disk, hard disk of the laptop. Then comes operating system. Now that hard disk is broken into multiple volumes. Then we have a C volume, which is known as operating system volume. We also call it root volume. So this configuration is for the root volume. So it says enforce drive encryption type on operating system files. So we can enforce the drive encryption type. So it says to select the encryption type, so we can disable the root volume. Either it will be full encryption, which means the entire volume is encrypted, or used space only encryption, which means if the volume size is 100 GB and currently the total file size of the volume is 20 GB. So do you want to encrypt the 20 GB or the entire 100 GB? So you will say that it should be for full encryption. Require additional authentication at startup. Now, whatever settings I am selecting here, I'm selecting as per the production environment across multiple customers that I support. Require additional authentication at startup? Yes, acquire additional authentication should happen. And this is where you can configure your devices. When you reboot your devices, they will ask you for TPM, they will ask you for a code, or they will need Windows Hello passwordless authentication configured, or Retina scan configured, biometric scan configured. You have multiple options here that you can configure here based on what your organization is using. Configure the minimum pin length for startup. You can configure the pin. So for example, I use a pin on my laptop. So I can configure the allow enhanced pin for startup. I can enable it. Then similarly, disallow standard users from changing pin or password. I can disable them. Only administrators can change it. Or I can say that no, everyone can change it. So this is the settings related to that. Then you have fixed data drives, which is the setting for data drives. Other than the root volume, you have D drive, E drive, F drive. This is the for them. So it says enforce drive encryption on fixed data drives. I will say enable it. Then it says select the encryption type, allow user to choose. No, never do that. It should always be full encryption. Choose how BitLocker protected fixed drives can be recovered. So you can configure all the settings here. So what I'm saying, what you are doing as we speak, I know I'm going a bit fast, but what you need to understand here is that we are trying to configure the comprehensive security for my environment by leveraging the capability that Defender brings on the table. The Microsoft Defender XDR solution brings on the table. If you were only using Microsoft Defender for endpoint, or if you were just using one license of a product, you would not have seen these many capabilities. These capabilities are coming because we are using Microsoft Defender XDR, or our product includes license for Defender XDR. That's the reason I'm looking at multiple settings and I can manage my entire security from this portal. I don't need to configure BitLocker product separately. I don't need to configure my antivirus separately. I don't need to configure my devices policies separately in group policy or somewhere else. All I'm doing is using this portal and configuring everything from one portal. So I'm also avoiding duplicates by doing this. So this is how you configure all of it. And once that is configured, you just click on next. And once again, you can assign some configurations on the devices or all on the users. So you both the options. So either you assign it to devices or all the users. Since this is a device level encryption, I'm saying BitLocker configuration. Instead of assigning it to the user, I will assign it to the devices. So this is encrypted. So this basically completes all the capabilities which are here that you have here. Now there is one that you need to be aware of, which is security baseline. So you can also configure some security baseline for the products. Security baseline basically means that this is the minimum security configuration that I want in my solution. minimum security configuration, which is known as baselining. So let's say we'll configure the baseline for, so you have all the baseline configuration for all the products. I'm saying you have it for MCAS, you have it for Microsoft Defender for endpoint, you have it from operating system perspective as well. So I'll configure the baseline for MDE. So when it comes to the baseline for MDE, you can already see that when I was testing the IOC, I have configured the baseline for network protection enablement. That by default, all my devices that are protected by MDE, they must have this configuration enabled, because that configuration may be needed by MDE solution to work effectively, or that configuration is a best practice. So I can create a profile here. I can hit create and I can do those configuration. So security baseline. Next. And here you can see all the configurations, right? You can see related to administrative, BitLocker, Defender, Device Guard, DMA, Firewall, Microsoft Edge. These are all baseline. So I'll say I'll go with administrative. So these are the administrative configuration that you see. Now, some of the configurations you will notice that they are duplicate also. So they are not duplicate. This is the baseline. Baseline basically means that I'm putting a mandate that if there is a BitLocker encryption that needs to be used in my environment, it must use advanced encryption standard 256-bit. That's my baseline. So you configure the baseline here. So example, system device installation restriction. It says prevent installation of devices using drivers that match these device startup classes. So you can configure it. I'm saying I'll just keep it disabled. Here, BitLocker, select the encryption method for fixed drive data drives. So here, this is the encryption related. So this is your baseline that you can configure. So whatever you have seen in the previous policy, the endpoint detection response, you will see some of things here also. Over here, you will see the similar things, but this is more of a baseline. Then, so all of this, you have seen the administrative policies, the BitLocker related policies, device related, device guard, which is credential guard service. All of this you've seen, firewall related policies. All of this, let's say you want to enable an app through firewall, or you want to create an exception in the firewall, you can configure all of it here. These are all firewall related configurations. You can see there's a lot of configurations related to firewall. And if you want to configure if you want to do any configuration related to Microsoft Edge, which is the default browser on all Windows client and server OS, you can configure that here. So you can see Microsoft Defender Smart Screen is configured. Through Smart Screen, it is able to block malicious websites and code. So you can see Microsoft Defender Smart DNS request. So this is all about Smart Screen basically. So I've configured all of it. So this is your baseline part that you need to understand, that how do we configure baseline policies. Then you can configure the same policies over here. So this is on the baseline part that you need to understand. Similarly, you can configure the baseline for Windows 365, Microsoft Edge, Windows 10, and later you can also configure the baseline. So you can see a lot of, now this is related to Windows 10. So you see a lot of information here. Windows Hello for Business for passwordless authentication, user rights, local admin password solution. A lot of capabilities are there. So the more time you spend with this solution, the more comfort level you will get. And whatever you are configuring here, this is getting pushed through Microsoft Intune, and Microsoft Intune is integrated with Defender for Endpoint. Defender for Endpoint is integrated with Microsoft Cloud App Security. All of these products are, and the endpoint also involves a domain controller VM that is integrated to Microsoft Defender for Identity. So in a way or other, these all solutions are interrelated. And when you work with one solution, you will automatically experience that you are getting a good comfort level on the other solution. It is not that there will be 4 separate employees who will be managing these solutions, one solution each. No, you will always have SMEs in the team who have good comfort level with all the Defender solutions, and they can configure any of the solution at any level. This is what I intend you to be. Because when you are in Microsoft domain, don't just stick yourself to one solution or one technology. That will not take you places. You will always be limited in your career options. Okay, so this is on the Defender for Endpoint. I don't want to. I'm saying I have almost covered everything when it comes to Defender for Endpoint. So I don't have additional. I'm saying looking at the time constraint also. I don't think so. I want to do something additional. However, I have a detailed course on Defender for Endpoint, which I will probably be uploading on my channel next month when I get some bandwidth. So you can watch that, which will give you more information about these configurations. There I also include the threat hunting part, running hunting queries and then working on incidents. I'm saying the operational side of it. So that course also includes a day wherein I am dedicating myself 8 hours the entire day on covering the operational aspects. So you can look for that. Any questions on this, guys, before we close this topic and move on to Sentinel and complete the remaining part of Sentinel?
Can you once again explain that endpoint detection policy?
This endpoint detection policy.
Yeah.
Which one? This one? Endpoint
yeah,
detection response?
Yes.
So it is nothing but a connector basically. So with it, this connector automatically protects your endpoint. I'm saying this connector contains some best practices using which it protects your endpoints automatically. So once this policy is configured, you will see that now that this policy is configured, you will see that slowly and gradually all the endpoints, they will be onboarded this policy. That's what this policy is all about. So it is nothing but a connector that you are configuring actually. Make sense?
Yeah.
Remember we talked about connector in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint? It is the same connector which you have. I'm saying the connector that you see here. So what happens? The devices will be automatically onboarded to Microsoft Defender for Endpoint with the help of this connector, and they will automatically inherit all the endpoint security policies that are configured in Intune and Defender for Endpoint. That's what it is all about. So you can see it here when you go to environmental settings. This is the connector you can see. This is what it is. Direct onboarding for Defender for Endpoint. So with this connector in place, now what will happen? Any device that is onboarded into Defender for Cloud under workload protection, it will automatically get onboarded into Defender for Endpoint. And from there, and over here that you have configured, the one that you have configured here in the over here, this policy, which means any device that is onboarded into Intune or Defender, or any device that is onboarded into Defender for Endpoint, it will automatically pick up the policy. So it's more of a synchronization of devices. And you should only configure it when you have licenses for it. It should not happen that you configure a capability and you don't have a license. Then that capability will not work, or you probably will not be allowed to configure the capability if you don't have a license for it. Right? Then you also have this, this firewall policies are also here. You can create firewall policies also, which basically means the local firewall, the Windows firewall on your system, you can manage it from here itself. So that's also possible here. So these are all the policies that you have. You have some security task also that you can configure. But this is basically for the MTM configuration. That's all. I'm saying the endpoint security, that is all that you have. If there is any failure in the assignment, I'm saying you assign a policy, and if it fails, then it starts to reflect here. and that helps you to identify logs. You can further see that why that assignment failed, whether it was because of lack of permission or something else was there. So that's all about this. You also have reporting portal here, and you can get some reports. For example, we created the device compliance policy yesterday, wherein we mandated that the operating system in my environment, the operating system on the endpoint should be configured with this minimum version, and this is the maximum version. So with device compliance report, this report will quickly generate if there is any non-compliance, wherein there could be a system whose operating system is whose operating system version is lower or higher than the device compliance policy. So that will be reflected here. Now, obviously, I will not get this information because I only had 4 devices and they all are complying to it. Now, this also integrates with Windows 365. You can see Defender antivirus reports also you can see here. Since we have not run any scan, so you can run scan on your systems from here, and then you can see the report here. For example, let's say you want to run a quick scan or on-demand scan on an endpoint because you suspect that endpoint to have some malware. So what you can do in the Defender for Endpoint portal, under Assets, Devices, you can select that endpoint. Let's say I want to run a scan on this endpoint. So I can select this device. Which will show me some capabilities of this device. For example, I'm currently logged into this device here. This is the device. I'm currently logged into it with Azure user. Over here, I see all of these options. Now, this is more of an operational aspect, but you can also run antivirus scan directly from here. So you can just say, okay, I want to run a quick scan. You can just put the comment on demand scan during incident investigation to rule out any possibility of malware on the endpoint. You can just hit confirm and it will now run a quick scan on the system. Obviously, your system has to be up and running. Your system has to be connected. The Defender for Endpoint agent or script must be running. So you can see the scan is running, say scan pending, on demand scan executed during incident investigation. So the scan is pending. So that's how you can see this information. So you can run the information. So you have a lot of capabilities here. You can restrict app execution. A lot of capabilities which are available here. You can run the hunting queries directly from here. You can go and hunt and run scripts. So this is more of a operational stuff that I don't want to get into because that's something that you already do day in, day out. Here you can run queries. You can see all these queries. This is similar to KQL queries that you can run here. Okay. So that's about Defender for Endpoint, guys. I will conclude Defender for Endpoint at this stage. And I would like to move on to the next solution so that I can probably spend some time on, AMCAS on Monday. So unless you have any questions, we can move on. Okay. All right. So we also need to complete this, the assessment part. because I also need to share the results. So yesterday I asked you to configure these two things, which is an IOC based demonstration to configure the URL and domain as well as software application blockage and default or custom analytics rule in Sentinel. That's what you need to do as per the assessment. So do I have any participant who's ready with this? I'm saying I can skip this part. I can give you all exclusion here or exception here because you all did that yesterday. So I know you know that how do we configure and custom analytics rule. But I'm saying the second part of this, which I do not see written here. Yeah. The second part of this was that after you configure the analytics rule, you will need to simulate an attack and validate its corresponding incident in Sentinel. This was the complete part. So you need to simulate an attack and validate presence of a corresponding incident in Sentinel. So who is ready with this, guys? Who can show me today? Do I have any participant who has completed this task?
Yeah, I will show you.
Yeah, okay, please go ahead. I'll stop sharing. What kind of sound is that? Is that your speaker, which is making the sound? Rain?
Yes, yeah.
That is okay now. So what are you showing me?
Yeah. So I will allow some IOC to blow. I will block two website for
Great.
that.
1mg.com is blocked. I can see it is coming as blocked. What is next? Akela News. Great. So that's on the IOC part. The IOC is coming as blocked as the URL domain. The second part is application part.
So I will block
VLC.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to execute VLC?
Yeah.
Great. Now look at the bottom. You see that content is blocked. So that information is basically coming from Defender for Endpoint. That it is telling you that this content is blocked. Yep, the operation did not complete because the file contains a virus of potentially unwanted software. Because you've configured that blockage, which is good. So did you only configure it for VLC or for other one also?
Yeah, there's a IDM, Internet Download Manager.
Okay. What is that
And
IDM?
Internet Download Manager.
Okay, so it downloads content from internet?
Yes, Internet Download Manager.
Okay, great. So we are
the
good
other
with
one
this.
is Telegram, but somehow I am losing the application, so I'm not able to find the application.
So did you okay. So I'm asking, was Telegram here? Did you just block it? Did you not click on block and remediate? Because if you click on block and remediate, then it will quickly quarantine the file.
Yeah.
Okay. We're good. So this was the first part. Did you also create some analytics rule on Sentinel yesterday?
Yes.
Why don't you show me that? Okay. So I see a couple of analytics room. Simulate. Do you have any incident simulated against it?
Yeah. This one brute force attack.
Can you click on that? Click on any of the incident.
Yeah.
Okay. So which user did you trigger this brute force attack from?
Test user 1.
Test user 1. Okay. Great. All right. I think we are good. Thank you so much. So we are done with you. You've done both the task as per the assignment. Now, what are we going to do? If not today, then for sure, first thing on Monday, I will show you the automation part also. I'll share the automation script and then the same attack. I'm saying this test user 1. As soon as this test user 1 is involved into execution of a brute force attack, along with the incident, the automation will trigger, which will then block or disable this test user in Entra ID so that no further attack can happen from this user. Something that we will do. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. You can stop sharing. All right. Who is next? Any other participant who has completed it?
Yes, I completed. I'll share the screen.
Sure. Thank you, Roshni.
So I have blocked the IOC. I mean the SHA value for VLC player.
Which one? VLC?
VLC. And so also I have checked it in my VM and I received an alert also for that. So you can see that VLC.
Okay, but you need to log into one of the endpoint and validate. I'm saying show me the validation of it.
Okay. Also, I have blocked the Facebook, so it's coming as blocked here.
Other than Facebook, is there anything that you have blocked?
Instagram also I have blocked, I guess.
Can you show me?
No, I didn't block it. Let me check. I forgot whatever I have blocked.
Is it there? Yeah, probably it is not blocked.
Let me, I need to validate again.
Okay, show me the VLC part. It seems VLC is also working. No, it is not working. Okay, great. So VLC is not working, which is great.
Yeah, for that I have received an incident as well.
That I can see. You tried that yesterday. So that incident corresponds to yesterday. The execution that you did just now, for that there will be another incident, probably next couple of minutes.
So the SHA value site block for TeamViewer and VLC.
Check if Insta is there. Not there.
No, I didn't block it.
You never blocked it actually.
Yeah, I didn't block it.
Please don't do such mistake while you demonstrate it to to your client. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else that you blocked? For example, you blocked mixer.com. Can you just go back to your endpoint and show me whether mixer.com is coming as blocked? It is probably a Facebook gaming website.
Yeah, it's
all right. Great. Great. We are good. Show me the Sentinel part also.
Sentinel, I have created these units and I just tested for the brute force. So it's coming. But I noticed that it's taking some time to reflect here.
Yeah, it will take some time because, see, understand how this incident is generated based on the analytics rule. And analytics rule runs at a schedule. So whatever schedule that you have given in the rule, accordingly the rule will run, and then it will look into the logs. If it finds logs that matches the rule, it will generate an incident. So I don't know what is the frequency that you have configured your analytics rule with, whether it is running every 5 minutes or every hour or once in a day. So you can check it, go back to your analytics rule. Check, go to your analytics rule.
I have checked.
Yeah, Azure portal brute force attack. Edit the rule. And just go to the next rule logic. Scroll it down. Here you see the schedule.
Okay,
so your schedule is 5 minutes and 1 hour. So let's understand it this way. Now your brute force attack, this I'm saying this query qualifies when one user from more than one location, more than one IP address is trying to log into Azure portal with incorrect username and password. That then it qualifies for brute force attack. Now understand, let's say you do this activity at sharp 6:11, which is the time right now. You will take another 2 to 3 minutes to complete this activity. Then this goes into the Microsoft Entra ID sign-in logs. From there, it is picked up. From there, with the help of data connector, it gets streamed into log analytics workspace, and an appropriate table is there in the log analytics workspace to host any sign-in logs. Then after 5 minutes, then every 5 minutes, the query runs. The query looks into the log and see if there is any matching event. It finds the event, it creates an incident. That's the workflow that we are talking about. And that is the reason I called Sentinel a reactive solution, because it reacts. Once the attack got triggered, within a couple of minutes, or probably based on the query schedule, it will react and it will say that there was an attack that happened. And then as a reactive measure, it will run an automation that will block the user. That's what reactive is. Proactive basically means that once this incident comes, once you have the IP address, then you will have that IP address contained or blocked as an indicator. That's proactive. So going forward from that IP address, no further brute force attack will be triggered. So that's the combination of proactive and reactive. That is why you will always have a lag in Sentinel before an activity happened and after the alert is generated. So you can always expect that. And it is by behavior. Make sense?
Yeah, got it. So in a customer environment, how do we keep it actually usually how do we keep it the time frame?
See, time frame, it depends. I'm saying, see, anything that is related to brute force attack should be of critical priority. You cannot schedule that query to run once in a day, because if you do that, the attack will happen today and you are made aware of 24 hours later. Now imagine within that 24 hours that attack may happen 20,000 times, and the more is the frequency of that attack, the more is the possibility of your account getting compromised. Because if I continue to trigger the attack, probably I am determined to get access to your system. So anything that is mission critical to your environment, you should have that query running a minimum of an hour duration. If you run it every 5 minutes, obviously it will generate more logs. See how Sentinel is charging you based on the analysis. So when you're running a query, you're telling Sentinel instance that go ahead and analyze it. So Sentinel will charge you on the analysis basis. So when you ask Sentinel to analyze it more, your billing will be more. But you also need to take care of the security. So I would say anything that is critical related to credential breaching, related to infiltration, related to data exploitation, related to brute force attack, you should not go beyond 1 hour. Your query should be running once in an hour, or probably once in 30 days. Sorry, once in 30 minutes, or once in 5 minutes would be too aggressive. I would not even suggest you to be too aggressive when it comes to security. But once an hour would be a reasonable and very healthy time frame to run a query for production. Right?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we are good. So you're also done. Who is next? Guys, this is so you already have seen what Hiren and Roshni has demonstrated. This is exactly what you need to demonstrate as part of your week second assessment or final assessment, you will say. So can I have any other participant who has completed it?
Yes, Raghu, I will share the screen.
Yeah, please show it. Please present your screen and give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You can continue.
So
okay. Yep.
But
great.
This I have one question. Although I blocked the website of anytest.com, but that doesn't seem to be working. I wanted to know why. You see here.
This AnyDesk, this URL is not blocking.
Yeah.
Okay. But I can see that it is blocking. You're not able to download it even.
No. I was able to download when it gets executed, but I'm able to browse the website, right? Even it's not blocking the website. It's just blocking the execution of the file.
Okay, so there are two different things that you need to understand. If you have a software and application blocked for both its signature, which is its certificate, as well as for SHA value, then you will not be able to download it. If it is downloaded, then you will not be able to install it. If it is installed, then you will not be able to execute it, right? Run it. That's one behavior. Then comes the behavior with URL. If you block the URL of a website, then you will not be able to use that URL. But then I'll tell you what happens. In the backend, you have a redirection configured, because of which when you type one URL of a website, that one URL will sometimes work. So show me on your system, just log into any endpoint and show me whether you're able to access this AnyDesk or not. Then I'll tell you why you are able to access it.
You want me to log into the server?
Yeah, I'm saying, how will you check whether it is working or not?
I just this is how I checked. But although I put a,
you're able to access.
Yeah, I'm able to access. I also tried the wildcards, but the wildcards are not accepted.
So you can see it says /en. Now put a blog using /en also.
Okay. I'll check that. And with respect to Sentinel, So I also configured the 3 more use cases like this login from disabled account and one successful sign-on, one failing sign-on. And so I was able to trigger the alerts and is it instant 1 second. So I also did that login from the disabled account. And yesterday I did for brute force. I need to complete the simulation for other 2, although I have added the analytical group already.
Okay, I can see that. Great. Now, Hiren, Uttara Kumar, what I suggest you, see, that's the reason I talked about the integration of Cloud App Catalog, I'm saying AMCAS integration with Defender for Endpoint, because I have in fact faced this scenario in the production, wherein if you just type a URL, even if you use a wildcard, Defender is not able to block it, which is not the case with CrowdStrike and Sentinel-1. There it perfectly works fine. Whatever URL you will type, if that is the final URL that the website uses, you will not be able to browse that URL. But Defender has a loophole here, or you would say a leakage here, and that is why Defender has close integration with Cloud App Catalog. So when you block any system, any domain or URL using Cloud App Catalog, then it works perfectly fine, because what happens in Cloud App Catalog case, it is actually able to use all the URLs.
Okay.
It is actually able to use all the combination of that URL. Can you go to Cloud App Catalog on the same portal for a moment? And here you search for a category, which is, you will find AnyDesk here. And when you block AnyDesk from here, it not only anydesk.com, it will have at least 7-8 URLs that it will block for AnyDesk. And then you will not be able to access it. Yep, this is the one. Tag is unsanctioned. No, not unsanctioned. Yeah. Great. Now, obviously, it will take a couple of minutes to reflect in your Defender for endpoint, and then from there, it will take a couple of minutes to get propagated on the actual endpoint. But then you will realize that it has added multiple URLs. And after that, I take my words, you will not be able to access AnyDesk at all.
But Raghu, I did it for Facebook yesterday. Yesterday I added Facebook. But the Facebook would have get blocked on my system by this time. But even Facebook was not getting blocked on my system.
Okay, so you need to see whether Facebook is showing under IOC first of all.
Yeah, I did check that. It was there. It has a multiple URLs added to the IOC.
Okay.
Let me show that.
Yep, block execution is there.
And there are other, they have included
other URLs also, I know. Yeah, so now type facebook.com on the endpoint. You're using, no, you're using Google Chrome, right? Use Edge for a moment. See, for other browsers, there is a different way. There's the security. Right now, we've only enabled network protection for Edge. Go to Edge. Because understand, in a production environment, you will not have Google Chrome on servers at all.
I think I don't have Edge. I need to install. I'll get that.
Which system is this, first of all?
This is 2022.
2022 must have an Edge. No, any Windows client and server operating system after Windows 8 has Edge. Are you typing on 2000? I'm saying, are you not doing it on my? It seems that you're doing it on this jump host. Are you sure you are inside which VM it is? Yeah, click on host name.
This is my host name, 2022.
This is 2022. Okay, but it has Internet Explorer, which is okay. Click on Open Internet Explorer.
Oh, sorry, 2016, sir.
This is 2016. Open Internet Explorer. Now type Facebook here. Just click on Add. That's okay. Close it. Okay, it's working. But any other website, any other than Facebook, do you have any other URL which is getting blocked? I'm saying first you need to audit whether it is for all of them or only for one of them.
No, I
Other
didn't
than
check
Facebook.
for.
Other than Facebook, you can check. Now, Flipkart, you can check it is block execution. So check for Flipkart.
Flipkart also is
Flipkart.com.
working. Okay, let me check here.
Okay. Now what you can do, I'm saying this is as per the troubleshooting. So you have, so this is Windows 2016, let's say. You also have a client OS and you also have 2019 and 2022. So what you can do, you can check the same behavior on all of them. If it is the same behavior, it will clearly mean that the policy has not been propagated on these systems. So it's a propagation issue, right? You just need to identify the pattern, whether it is happening on one endpoint or it is happening with all. If it is happening with all, which means the policy has not been propagated. If it is happening with one endpoint, then we can further troubleshoot by rebooting by restarting the Defender for Endpoint service, or by rebooting that endpoint, or by looking into the policy console from portal and see whether that endpoint is managed by MD or not.
Okay, got it. I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then you can share your findings probably on Monday. We are good. Thank you. Next participant.
Raghu, actually, I have blocked it, but mistakenly, yesterday night, I turned off the VM. I didn't notice that it's not reflecting. I blocked some of the URLs, hashes, and even I unsanctioned some of the AnyDesk and Facebook application also. But it's not reflecting now. I turned off the VM, so.
You've turned off the VM. That's the reason it is not reflecting.
Yeah, just now I turned on. I forget.
Okay. No. So it will take time.
Yeah.
But after when you created those, so do one thing. I'm saying there is no point of keeping your VMs up and running from today till Monday. Probably turn your VMs on around 12 o'clock.
Okay.
So that when we get into the session, by that time the policy will be applicable, right?
Sure. And one more thing, still in my Intune, only one application, one system is showing. I don't know when you set the troubleshooting, I tried it, but only one Windows 10 VM is showing in Intune because it's not syncing up. One second, I'll
If they're
share
not
the screen.
syncing, what you can do, you can onboard the system once again. Sometimes see what happens when you onboard when you run the onboarding script.
Yeah.
The script, as per the design, as per the code, will say that it is working fine because script is able to open the is able to start the Defender service and it start. But sometimes what happens due to synchronization issues, that information never reaches to Defender. So when that information never reaches to Defender will never know that I have additional endpoints onboarded. So this is a known issue with Defender. In that case, what you can do, you can reboot your system and see if it is reflecting. If it doesn't reflect, then you need to do the onboarding once again.
Okay. Because from last 2 days, I'm trying to onboard. I tried all the things. It's showing and in Defender devices also it's showing unknown only.
That's the
Managed
reason.
by yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. As long as it continues to say managed by unknown, it will never reflect in Intune. It only reflects in Intune when it shows managed by MDE, then it goes to Intune. The Windows 10 that you're talking about, I'm damn sure it shows managed by MDE in security portal. That's the reason it is reflecting in Intune, right?
Yeah. No, for me, all the devices are showing unknown only, managed by, but only one system, it's showing in Intune. It's reflecting in Intune. But that in Defender itself,
the system which is reflecting in Intune is coming as unmanaged in security portal.
Yes, yes. I'll share the screen 1 second.
Yeah, please do that.
This is the VM, it's reflecting on.
Let me see.
This is the VM. It's actually reflecting on this one Intune, but here also it's showing. Now it's showing. Sorry.
Yeah, it's showing.
Yeah. I'm refreshing from multiple times. But
That's okay.
These are all systems are still try to troubleshoot. Still is showing unknown only.
That's okay. Srinath, as long as you've understood the concept, concept is more important because sometimes because of trial version, this also happens. Because I've been using this trial for a long time. In all the trainings, I can only use trial. I cannot use a production environment. So this happens with some participants. That's the reason I expect you to give it a try. And I always give you a benefit of doubt because I know that this has happened in the past.
Yeah. I blocked some hashes. This hash actually I got it usually, and when I'm doing on the real time, we'll get it from the cyber defense. From there, I take it this hash and I blocked it. This file hash and this URL and URL also. Recently, we got some hosting.com. We found it on cyber CISO. That I blocked it. I see where it, and Facebook.com also I blocked it here. And for example, I'm taking for example only I blocked it only one URL from that list. Other than thing, I blocked it Facebook and AnyDesk. And here in the cloud app catalog,
Facebook is spelled incorrect.
I have unmonitored it, so unflagged it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that's the reason it is getting as blocked. Yeah.
Yeah. Unsanctioned it. And
so red means unsanctioned. Unsanctioned means blocked.
Yeah, blocked.
And if you put it into the audit mode, then it will be monitored.
Yeah, monitor. AnyDesk also I make it as unsanctioned, but it's not reflecting. And that one thing, and analytics rule, Sentinel. 1 second, I'm not getting. I'm trying to do checking that one. I'm not
try
getting
for the Azure portal. I've shared the KQL for Azure portal brute force attack. Did you configure that Azure portal brute force attack?
Yeah, I configured.
You configured. So did you try and simulate an attack?
Yeah, yesterday I simulated 3 times in as well as in my mobile and as well as in this system also.
So it did not result any incident. Is that what
no,
you're
it's
trying
not
to say?
showing any incident. I thought it is not device is not synced. Might be that issue.
No, it has nothing to do with device syncing. Sentinel is totally different, and Defender portal is totally different.
Okay.
So it has absolutely nothing to do with that. The only thing that I see may be creating the thing, which is, as I said, as I demonstrated, the first thing that you need to do is to go to Microsoft Entra ID sign-in logs and see whether there are logs getting generated for that activity. The simulation that you're doing when you're trying to simulate an attack, whether there are sign-in logs getting generated in Entra ID. That's the first thing that you need to do. Second, you need to go to, so first check whether the sign-in logs are generated. No, not here. Not here.
Identity protection.
You can, in the Entra ID at the bottom, you see sign-in logs. Over here, you will only see the sign-in logs for this user. Is that the user that you're talking about? Which user you're talking about? With which user you generated the, you simulated the attack?
This one.
This one? Okay, go to this user. And now in this user's sign-in logs, click on sign-in logs of this user. To your left. Now see whether there are sign-in logs coming for this user. It's running a bit slow. Or what you can do, Srinath, you can probably work with Hiren, Roshni, and Uttara Kumar. They all have shown me the functioning of this rule. I'm saying this analytics rule, wherein it is working fine for them. So you can probably match your configuration with them, and this will help you to collaborate and resolve it in the interest of time for others also. Was I audible, Srinath? Guys, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Probably he's got connectivity issues. Let's move on. Who is next?
I can share my screen, Raghuveer.
Sure, please do that.
Dhananjay.
Yeah, Dhananjay, please do that.
Just let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yep. That's okay. You don't need to, Dhananjay. I trust you guys for it. All I need to see is an incident that is pointing towards Azure portal brute force attack from Sentinel perspective, and then this blockage part.
Okay, so I have blocked here. LinkedIn I have blocked. So this was in
Sure.
warn state. This was for warning.
This was for warning. Yeah, I can see you have an allow option.
Yes. So here is the Facebook.
But Facebook, I also see allow option.
Correct.
This was also warning?
Yes, it's also warning.
Anything that you blocked?
Yes. LinkedIn I have blocked it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So these are the
IOC. Then show me the example of an application or a software.
Okay. Actually, what happened is I was just trying on this machine. I have blocked VLC from this machine. I was just trying it. It got deleted now. Just now, it got deleted
No,
from this.
No, it is not deleted. The file is moved to quarantine folder. So the entire the next gen antivirus capability or entire malware capability on the endpoint powered by Defender will move that file. You can see the content is blocked by item. So it will move that file to the quarantine folder.
Okay.
Okay, which is good. Now show me the Sentinel part.
Yes.
So that's the analytics tool. Show me the
Yes.
incident. I can see brute force attack. Great. Thank you. We are good. You can stop sharing.
Okay.
Thank you, Dhananjay. Moving on. Who is next?
Sorry,
So
Raghu,
far
my
I've got the
power got down.
information from, I know. Hiren, Roshni, Uttara Kumar, Dhananjay. I've got 4 participants show, completed the assignment. Who is next? Yeah, Srinath, you all of a sudden we could not hear you, so I just asked other participants in the interest of time to present. Do I have any other person, guys? You all need to do this, and we are only left with one day. I was thinking if I can, save some time here today so that on the last day I can cover some additional topics. Rahul, Manak, Sai Prashant, Kunal, what is the status with you guys?
So, Raghuveer, I will show you on Monday first thing, because
Sure.
there is some issue with the analytics rule which I have created. But yesterday we did the testing, but in sign in logs we are getting that the logs are generating, but incident has not yet generated. So I will have to find out the reason
Yeah,
why it
so
is not.
the best way to do it, Kunal, go to
Yes.
the log analytics workspace and run the
Okay.
query that I shared in that workspace. If you get the results, then the analytics rule is at fault. But if you don't get the results in log analytics, which means it has nothing to do with analytics rule at all. You need
Okay,
to
okay, yes.
break the
I will check.
situation down into multiple steps and try and see where exactly the problem could be.
Okay, okay.
Right?
I will check it surely. Yes.
Sure. And
Okay.
also connect with your colleagues who have already shown it, like
Right,
Hiren,
right.
Roshni, Uttara Kumar,
Yes.
Dhananjay, and you
I
can
will.
match your configuration with theirs. And I'm sure you will get to the root of it, and you will know where exactly it was misconfigured.
Yes, yes. I will take the help from them as well.
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so Raghuveer, for the test scenario for this is login first successfully from your mobile, right? And then maybe log into one of these virtual machines, and then for the same user, we should just fail the login, right?
No, which one are you talking about? Which
For
rule are
the
we talking about?
for the same
Brute force?
whatever Puna, yeah, for the brute force, yeah.
No, brute force means unsuccessful. So it has to
From
be
both
an
the
unsuccessful login from two locations from two different IPs. That's brute force. So there was another rule. We actually created multiple analytics rule yesterday. There was one more which was sign in from, I'm saying, successful from one location and failure from another.
Correct. I was trying that. So same case for me also, it shows in the sign-in logs that there was a failure, but it's not showing any incident for that. In fact, for me, it's not showing any incident in the Sentinel incidents. I don't know maybe that
You can
diagnostic.
probably no, it has nothing to do with diagnostic. If it is not showing any incident, are you sure that your connector is working fine? Because if connector is not connected, then also there is a challenge. So the best way to check it is check whether the connector is working fine.
I've checked the connectors are configured for Entra ID and all. I just rechecked that it's showing connected. Let me give it a try over the tomorrow, and then maybe.
Yeah, give it a try. It should work. I'm saying you can match your configuration with rest of the participants' configuration and see where exactly the misconfiguration is. And also look for the count. I'm saying the count should be 1 because for some rules the count is set to 10. So you need to do that 10 times. That's the reason I have. So that's the reason. Do not go by the KQL query, which is there in the analytics rule. Just look for the KQL query, which I shared, because that was modified query to quickly simulate an attack and see the results. The KQL query, which is there in the analytics rule, will require more iterations of it.
No, I copied your query only, so that
then
count is 1 only. But I'll just check and.
Sure. Any other participant who can show it today?
For me,
Raghu, can I share the screen now? If it is okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. Forget sign in logs.
So sign in logs, it is there.
That is MS Defender signing logs is there, but I tried with the simulation with this ID, but I didn't find signing logs here.
No problem. Let's see. No, it has to see. Entra ID is the source of identity here. The user sign-in logs will come in Entra ID, so it is coming here also.
Yeah,
I see a lot of logs here.
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying that failure logs are not coming.
Yeah, failure logs. Yeah.
Because you are probably not. So if failure logs are not coming, it means you're signing in successfully. Why don't you sign in front of me? I'm saying it hardly takes a minute to come the failure log.
Yeah.
You sign in with this ID, and you will see the failure log. Type the incorrect password. Okay. Just go back to the previous screen, refresh the browser once again. No. On the same browser window, if you type it password 20 times, it will still consider it one failure. Just refresh the browser and then type it. Yep. You don't need to do that. I'm saying that's okay. Filter you don't need to put.
It's showing still success only.
No, that's okay. It doesn't happen so quickly. But what I'm trying to say, Srinath is the user, right?
Yeah.
Delhi, India. Can you click on that activity? I'm saying click on the username. I want to see the username basically. Yeah. See, that's the challenge. You're typing some other username and that user principal name is something else here.
No, this is the Outlook ID actually.
That's okay. But what you need to do, can you look any other user? I'm saying I want just do one thing. Go to any other user.
Yeah.
You will not get it for your account admin.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try.
Yeah. Go to any other user. In the Entra ID, select UPN of any other user. Let's say Defender admin. Now you're logged in with Defender admin. Don't try it. Otherwise it will unnecessarily sign you out. Use any other user.
This is MS Defender which license not assigned that ID.
Okay. So two different users. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Just go Defender admin. Yep. No, you need to type portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. No. You're getting it wrong. The rule is configured for Azure portal brute force attack, not for Microsoft Defender portal. So you need to type it Azure portal.azure.com. Yep. Now sign in. Type the incorrect password.
Yes.
Great.
Right.
Go back. Just hit the backspace key from the browser and do it once again. Type the email address once again. Now type the password.
Incorrect.
Great. Yeah. Come back to Entra ID now. Is that the user that you were trying?
Yes.
Defender admin?
Yeah.
Okay. Come to the main. Come not here. Come to the main page. Main, not in the user. Go to the Microsoft Entra ID and from the dashboard go to the sign-in logs, not the user sign-in logs. Yep. Click here. Now go down and there you click on sign-in logs. Yep. We'll wait. That's okay. Just go up. 615, 125 logs are coming. Just refresh it.
Oh, it's not showing.
No, it will show on the top. Don't worry. It will come on the top, but it takes a minute sometimes
Hmm.
for the log to arrive. I don't see any logs after 115.
Yeah.
Sign in interactive, user sign in. Refresh once again.
Yes. Yes, now I got it.
See, you got it?
Yeah.
So it cannot happen that I'm saying it is not possible that an ID, I'm saying an identity from Entra ID tries to log in with incorrect credential and Entra ID does not generate sign-in logs. Because
Okay.
this is by design, it is configured. So you see, you got the sign-in logs. It took probably a minute or two. That's okay. That's default behavior. But
Okay.
the sign-in logs came. So the
Okay.
failure log came.
Can I
Now,
check now? You
similarly,
sent it.
so this was from Washington. You can probably try to log in with this employee, with this ID from India or from any other location outside of United States, and that will generate the brute force attack.
Okay. Can I log in from the mobile? Then we can check, right? We'll get the
Yeah.
brute force.
Obviously. So Srinath, that will come. Don't
Yeah.
worry on that part, because what we are right now validating is the I'm saying is how the service works. And I know this service works perfectly fine. So the question is, after you get the failure sign in, then whether your connector is active. If it is active, then it will go to the log analytics workspace. And when this goes to log analytics workspace, then based on your analytics rule schedule frequency, you will see an incident getting generated if you have configured the analytics rule right. So what you can probably do, because I've configured it from scratch yesterday in the session,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
watch session recording from yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
The specific portion wherein I'm configuring Azure portal brute force attack.
Okay.
By explaining each and every option which is there in the configuration. And you can follow that the specific portion of the recording, and I'm sure it will work. And if it doesn't
Yeah,
work,
sure.
then you can share it first thing on Monday.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
However,
Sure.
please make sure to connect with your colleagues
Okay.
who have it configured, for whom it is working fine, just to save time.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Any other participant?
Raghu, I will show you on Monday.
You will show on Monday. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have any participants who wants to show today. So far, I've got 4 participants: Hiren, Roshni, Uttara Kumar, and Dhananjay. So guys, since you have not shown, and if you are stuck anywhere, please make sure that you connect with your colleagues who has configured it, who has got it working right, and try and resolve it yourself. If it is not, then we will definitely speak on Monday. But I want to make sure that you do your, you do efforts from your end at least to get this working. That's the ultimate goal of it. So with that said, if there is no more questions, guys, I can spare you now. And I'm saying whatever part is remaining for the weekend, just go ahead and enjoy your weekend. Please spend at least an hour or two and complete this configuration. And then we'll meet on Monday at sharp 2 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raghu.
Thank you, Raghu.
Have a great weekend.
Raghuveer,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, the time will be same 2 to 7.
Yeah, 2 to 7. Same time.
Okay, actually we heard about a whole day session on Monday. That's why. Just want to confirm.
No. It's not whole day session. No, it's
Okay.
It's 2 to 7 only.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right. Take care, guys.